Good evening, good evening, good evening, or afternoon. It is actually still afternoon here in Denmark, local time anyway. Hope you guys are good. It's time for Zelda Ocarina of Time again. It's time for the final Ocarina of Time stream. We're going to do a long one today, 6 hours from now until 23, with plenty of breaks, of course. Let me just set my alarm for those. Oh, I deleted those alarms. Oh, okay. Let's see. 19. There we go. We'll take a break at 1900 hours and then one at 2100 hours. So yeah, look forward to look forward to the breaks. We'll see how it all goes. We have two objectives today. First, we will do the final medallion temple. It's the spirit temple in the desert, and then we will go on to take the final battle to Ganondorf in his castle. So yeah, there we go. That is gonna be very, very interesting indeed. Mooney says not sure if 6 hours is even required at this point, but it's a good amount of time so we can take a time and take breaks. And also we need to rate dungeon and game as well. So, and if there's even more time, just bear, we'll talk more about the timeline and stuff, depending on how tired I am at the point of when we stop. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we end the game. Yeah, for now, I'm just ready to play some Zelda as always, and looking forward to playing one of my top 3 favorite Zelda games of all time, Ocarina of Time, which on good days is probably at the top, but most of the time is number 2 on the list. But yeah, last time we defeated Bongo Bongo in the Shadow Temple. It was a very spooky place. We also went through the bottom of the well, which was kind of spooky, but we did all the spooky stuff. Now it's time to do all the cool stuff in the desert. So yeah, let's see how all that goes. Mooney says, hope we have time to discuss the split and those shenanigans. Yes, if we don't have time today, we will have time next weekend when we will start up Majora's Mask. So yeah, anyway, let's get started. I don't really have much else to say, but good to see you, Chicken. Good to see you, Mooney, and good to see anyone else lurking out there, either if you are on Twitch or if you are on YouTube. I welcome you. I hope you are going to enjoy this stream. Let's just, get right to it. First order of the day is let's reset the capture card so that we don't get weird sounds and stuff like that. But yeah, as always, we start here in the Temple of Time, which is right down in the ruined Hyrule Castle town, which used to be a lively place in the past, but not anymore. These guys can go away. You have nothing on Minecraft Zombies Reddits. Right, let's call our trusted steed that we unlocked last time, Epona. A very cool horse. We're fast. All those things. Very sweet. Hello there. It's a good horsey. Don't have any apples for you. Not in this game anyway. But yeah. Let's ride. Let's ride. Today I actually bought, or yesterday I actually bought some water. So I have a whole bottle of water already, just sitting in the fridge for me. Come on. I can't, apparently, you can ride automatically. I can't drink while on the horse. I need to push forward to ride forward. Okay. No drunk horse driving around here, that's for sure. Bottle of water? Yes, a bottle of water. Just a plain old bottle of water. Or water bowl of water. Depending on where in England you're from. Alright. Hello, man. I am a master craftsman. Those Gerudo thieves, they broke the bridge. I want to fix it, but all my workers are gone. They said working as carpenters isn't cool. They went to the Gerudo's fortress to become thieves. Hey you, if you are going to the fortress, would you mind finding out what my workers are doing over there? Okay. Just gonna wait for the wolf to sing. There we go. So we can make it day again, because we want music as we run around in the Gerudo fortress. Oh look, there goes the moon. The desert. That is where Ganondorf, the evil king, was born. If we go there, we might find something. Yeah. We'll see. That's where we're going now, so hopefully we will find something. Ganondorf, the king of thieves, the king of the Gerudo. What will we find out here in the place that Ganondorf was raised? So we're going to find a bunch of carpenters, but oh, halt! Stay where you are. Uh-oh, I got thrown into prison. Stupid kid, get in there and keep quiet. Who are you calling a kid, huh? I'm a grown man. Or something. But yeah, so now we're here in Gerudo Fortress pretty early on, and one thing you can do out here to make your life a little easier, because if these girls see you, they're gonna throw you back in here, no questions asked. To make your life a little easier, you can actually stun them. Oh, if I can hit. They don't die from that, they just get stunned. As you can see, they kind of have little stars above their heads. So. But yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to find the carpenters, as the boss asked us to do. Hey you, young man over there. Look over here, inside the cell. Oh, found you. I've no idea where you come from. You must have a lot of guts to make it past all the guards around here. All the guards. Colonel. All of my fellow carpenters are imprisoned somewhere in here. If you can get us out of here, we'll repay the favor somehow. Be careful. There are sure to be Gerudo guards somewhere around here. Whoa, watch out! Oh yeah, I guess they do. I guess it does. We can try it to see how easy. Hey, Buddha. The CRT filter is indeed back. Okay, so I can't actually block their attacks with this. Yeah, these guards are hardcore. They can, if they get one specific attack in on me, like that one, they will put me back in prison. But with the big Goron sword, yeah, these fights are pretty easy, but maybe a little too easy. I like that fight. I like the challenge, so. Hey, I got you, I freed you. Did you come here to save me? Oh, that's just swell. I'm Ichiro, the carpenter. We were really interested in joining their all-female group, but they locked us up like this just because we're men. Ugh, men. We don't care about the Gerudo anymore. They're so rude. 3 of my fellows have also been captured, so please help them escape too. I mean, if you try to join the all-women's club and you're a man, I mean, are you asking for it? I don't know. Maybe putting them in prison is a little much, but you know, they are a gang of thieves as well. So I guess they should have thought about that. Welcome in, PLT. Welcome to my personal channel. I know it's your first time here, so I'm just gonna say that I do these streams in English, not in Danish. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you're good. Oh. In that case, howdy. Howdy. And thanks for the follow. Just gonna make sure she doesn't see me. See, so I mean, you can also stun them with the hook shot, but they're not stunned for as long. Here's another one. So what I'm doing right now is I'm basically trying to find all the carpenters. Hey you, young man. Yeah, okay. They kind of say the same things, but I have no idea where you come from. And then he's basically gonna say, because you can meet all four of them at, you know, in a non-specific order. So of course they all say the same thing. But I can't skip it apparently. When it says, yeah, we didn't know the arrows could stun the first time we were here. And the hookshot being slower makes it pretty difficult. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was not prepared. That's what happens when she uses the special attack right away. Alright, so let's so something I can do. Can I reach that one? No. I can't. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I can just skip that room by doing this. Yeah. Skip the first room. Run over here before she comes around the corner. I don't think she will come around the corner actually. But, and then make sure she doesn't see us. And then we try again. And she should just spawn right away, which gives me a better chance. Yeah, but she just used the... She just used her super special attack, this one, right away. And if I get hit by that, it's back to the prison cell. I think there might be one more attack that can do it, but I'm not completely sure. But I love this fight. This fight is super, like, you can really use your acrobatics here. Use the dash attack a lot. Yeah. This one, or the roll. Yeah, I do. Or did you mean the jump attack? Maybe it's the jump attack, yeah. Oh, yeah. This one, yeah. I'll use that a lot because it's double damage. So, like in Smash Brothers. Oh, yeah. I just try to do as much damage as I can. You're a cute kid. Thank you for coming to save me. Okay, he does say something a little bit differently. I'm Jiro, the carpenter. These runes are so scary. I'd rather work as a carpenter than join them. Okay, they don't say the same thing. Nice. Oh yeah, in Smash it's a dash. Yeah, it is a dash attack. Yeah. Ah, okay, it makes sense why you would call it that then, PLT. I know you are an avid Smash player, so I can't wait to say goodbye to this place. 2 of my bodies are still being held here a prisoner. Will you please get them out? Okay, so he's a little bit more mild-mannered of a carpenter, this guy. So he's a little different. He's a little different from Ichiro, who just is now. He just doesn't like. Yeah. Hey Ikebus, Dalek says, hey Dalek, what's up? Have you recovered from your stream yesterday? We need to go down there. Is there a better way to go? No, it's pretty easy if I just... We can just go in here and then fire over here. They don't see much, like, other than right in front of them, these guards. You managed to get back to town without... Okay, that's good. I'm just gonna see, because I know there's a chest over there. Let's get that. Yeah, I also tend to use this a lot, but mostly when I when I speedrun. Which this run I've been doing here has been, I've been trying to just enjoy it and take my time with it. Dalek says, bloody hell, I forgot I had a shield so I could block. I totally panicked. Oh no. Yeah, so for context, Dalek was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 yesterday and he got in trouble. After doing a quest, which he had to do twice already. Wait, this isn't the final. Is this the final? This is the final one. I mean, it doesn't have to be the. Let's just do it. But I'm missing one. I'm missing another fight. There's 4 carpenters. There's someone coming around the corner. I can sort of hear. No, you can't hear it. But... Oh, god damn it. There we go. Okay, I couldn't hit her. Anyway. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, this is usually the one I take at the end. Young man. There was an annoying entrance. No idea where you come from, but you must have a lot of guts to make it past all the guards around here. All the guards! All my fellow carpenters are imprisoned somewhere in here. If you can get us out of here, we'll repay the favor somehow. Be careful. There's sure to be Gerudo guards somewhere around here. Whoa, watch out! So yeah, but here it's kind of like wait for her to do that, and then you can basically get a jump attack or charge attack in on her. Okay, or just get hit constantly. Yeah, they're so cool. But so fun to fight. It did take us ages to find this one, that's for sure. Alright, what's your name? Thanks, boy. You're... No, oh wait. Thanks, boy. You're fantastic. I'm Saburo the Carpenter, also known as Snake. Have you seen our boss, boy? He's probably worried about me. The Colonel. I have to get back to him immediately. One more of our workers is still in prison. Please save him. Just gonna free that a little bit. Oh, that was really hard on my throat. Oh wait, she's still around here somewhere, isn't she? Yep. Nope, wait, no wait, she's still stunned. Oh. I thought I heard her. It was my own footstep. Is it that one? Could be that one. Yeah, I think... No, wait, that's from when you get out of... It's not this one, is it? Oh, it is this one. But yeah, this is the one that's good to end on in our speedrun, because then you can just run straight out. Young man. Recover from your cold. It wasn't a cold. It was a. some kind of, I don't know if it was food poisoning or whatever, but it was some really bad stomach thing. But I have recovered from it more or less. I'm trying to take it a little bit easy on my food for a couple of days now, but I'm almost back to where I used to be. So yeah, I feel a lot better. Watch out! Yeah, and she's gonna go full no mercy on me there. You're still having the flu thing? Oh no. I hope you get over it soon. Boom. That's the last one. Hello, man. I was afraid you were going to forget about me. Now I'm free. Thanks. I am Shiro, the carpenter. For rescuing me, I'll tell you something interesting about the desert that I overheard the Gerudos talking about. They said in order to cross the haunted wasteland, you'll need the Eye of Truth. The Colossus is on the far side of the wasteland. Okay, now I'm going back to my tent near Gerudo Valley, so drop by sometime. You may find something helpful there. Bye! I've seen your fine work. To get past the guards here, you must have some good thieving skills. I used to think that all men besides the great Ganondorf were useless. But now that I've seen you, I don't think so anymore. The exalted Naburu, our leader, put me in charge of this fortress. Naburu is the second in command to the great Ganondorf, king of the Gerudo thieves. Okay, so notice the clothes that she's wearing. She's wearing green Gerudo clothes. That changes, as I remember it anyway, that changes depending on the tunic Link is wearing. So she will match him, as far as I remember. It's pretty funny. Her headquarters are in the Spirit Temple, which is at the end of the desert. Say, you must want to become one of us, eh? Alright then. You're in from now on. Take this. With it, you'll have free access to all areas of the fortress. Yeah, exactly. So since I'm wearing green, she'll also wear green. Which is pretty funny that it does that. Also, I think her lipstick, she's got green lipstick, that also changes. That's kind of funny. Is this where I came from? No, it's not where I came from. This is this place. Oh. Right, you can go that way. Okay. Yeah, now I don't get stopped by the guards anymore because now I'm considered one of them. From now on, you're free to come and go as you please through the gate to the desert. You'll find the Spirit Temple where the exalted Naburu lives, and out there in the desert. Before we leave though, he has the power. She does? I didn't see that. That's kind of crazy. Let's call our horse. Should be able to call out here. Yeah. Wait, where did that Gerudo go? Let's try this mini game. Go on, opponent. Let's move. Let's move. Yes, there we go. See if I can do this. There's 2 rewards for this. Hey, newcomer, you have a fine horse. I don't know where you stole it from, but okay, how about... Oh, yeah, so this is the game. I have to score 1,000 points to win this, and I'm not very good at this on, especially not on the N64 controller, but I'm better at this in the 3DS version. A lot better. Da 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 da. Uh-oh, forgot So there's another reward if you go for 1500 points. I almost got it actually. Fantastic, you are a true master. I will give this to you. Keep improving yourself. It's a piece of heart. Newcomer, this is our horseback. Oh yeah, I need to be on the horse. There you are. You should set a new goal of 1500 points and try again. You want to try? Yes. Took me way too long to learn you can shoot the jars. I can't hit that. That's the hardest thing to hit. Oh, I'm out of. That's the thing. I'm out of arrows. Let's try this again. Yes. Since we have a little extra, since I was so quickly through the fortress, I'm like, let's do a mini game, you know? Let's enjoy it. Okay, now we're getting the jars. There we go. Much better. That's the start you want. All right, good start. Good start. Let's not get greedy. You can take our time with these over here. All right, come on. There we go. That was a lot better than my last randomizer. I'll be darned, you're the ultimate master. I'll give you an ice. This quiver is very important to me. I want you to have it. Take good care of it. I should have read that. I pressed B by... Yeah, I need to stop doing that. Upgrade your quiver to the biggest quiver. You can now carry in more arrows to a maximum of 50. Whoa. That's a lot of arrows. La 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 la. So there is also the Gerudo training grounds, but we can't complete it unless we get an item from the Spirit Temple. So once we get that item, we'll do that. That we get all the items. Let's ask if we can go into the desert. Because we're now a member of the Gerudo. Technically an honorary member. Hello. Hey, Ricky. You going into the desert? I'll open this gate for you, but you can't cross the desert unless you pass the 2 trials. The first trial is the River of Sand. You can't walk across this river. After you cross it, follow the flags we placed there. The second trial is the Phantom Guide. Those without eyes can see the truth, will only find themselves returning there. You are going anyway, aren't you? I won't stop you. Go ahead. You bet I am. So the first trial is passing the River of Sand. So now we're going into the Haunted Wasteland, aka the Gerudo Desert. took us forever to figure out you could hookshot to these boxes. Money back in the day, I remember. So down here there's a seller on a carpet, but he only sells bomb tubes, which we already have, so I'm not gonna bother with that. We're not fast learners, for sure. Then we can take shelter down here. I don't actually remember if there's more than a Skulltula that's necessary, but I think those two torches give... I think it's just like arrows or magic or something. It's 50 rupees. I mean, okay. You could actually hold them. Right, it's time. Speaking of magic, I can't figure out my buttons. It's time to take the second trial to get to the Desert Colossus. One with the eye of truth shall be guided to the spirit temple by an inviting ghost. I'll be your guide on your way, but coming back I won't play. I'll show you the only way to go, so follow me and don't be slow. Rhyming ghosts. I wonder if this is an old Gerudo ghost or something. Can actually see its shadow once you remove the lens of truth. It just completely disappears. Alright, it's leading us in circles now. What's going on, Ghost? Oh, it's now taking us towards the two flags, which I think is a good thing. Yeah, going through this place as kids was not easy. Like, this took us forever to get out here, but now I've done it so many times that it's not. It takes like 5 minutes to get through the desert. So that would be cool if they, in a remake, made that whole journey through the desert much more treacherous and like maybe you should pass 3 or 5 trials instead of just 2, you know. There's a very sus wall over here. If I do this, like, you know, you can hear the wall. Oh yeah, it's also like a question mark on the wall. Blum, 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 blum. Time for another fairy. Welcome, Link. I am the Great Fairy of Magic. I will give you a magic spell. Please take it. Yes, this is Nehru's Love. Then we will have all 3 goddess spells. Din's Fire, Faror's Courage, and... no wait, Faror's Wind, not Courage. Faror's Wind and Nehru's Love. You got the Nehru's Love. Cast this to create a powerful protective barrier. It's defensive magic you can use with C. Neighbor's love is in effect for only a limited time, so use it carefully. When battle has made you weary, please come back to see me. Alright. Keep that in mind. Yeah, we don't really need to collect more spiders, so... Like, we're not going for 100% of them, so there's no reason to collect them. But yeah, before we go in, let's take a look at the Desert Colossus. This statue represents the goddess of the sand, which is the religion, or like the deity that the Gerudo follow. She is said to be kind of, yeah, evil. So we'll see. We'll see. Look at that beauty. Yeah. We'll see. There should be some lore about her inside the temple, but we'll see. Also, look at the entrance. An old Triforce symbol. So this has also some kind of... There's some wings. Maybe it's related to the goddesses in some way as well. Maybe there is actually a theory. I think it's been debunked, but there was a theory that the goddess of the sand was their representation of Hylia, but yeah, I think that's been debunked. But yeah, welcome to the Spirit Temple. Listen to that music. Oh my god. The vibe. Oh my god. There's not much here though. This is Pluto's favorite temple in the series. This is for small people. Or children. This is a very big rock. And I cannot do anything. So what you would do if you were an English-speaking player is you would read these. Also, this is, by the way, this alphabet is the official Gerudo alphabet. It is used in several places in the series. It's a Celtic video, Money, where he kind of talks about it, and then also talks about how unlikely it is because of several, like he posits several arguments as to why it isn't the case, which made me think like, that's probably not the case. But it's still funny because it is connected to the Triforce, this place. When he says also, but then when his message was the desert goddess being Gerudo perspective Hylia, I've never heard that before, but I like it. Yeah. Of course you do. If you want to proceed to the past, you should return here with the pure heart of a child. Oh. Hey Maki, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for watching. The other one says, if you want to travel to the future, you should return here with the power of silver from the past. So... yeah, what this is telling us is we need to come back as a child. So this temple, in essence, will be done in 2 parts. But to get here, we need a song. Hup. Says, how cool is it that they used the very core mechanic of the full game as a puzzle in the temple? It's yeah. I like it. Past, present, future. The Master Sword is a ship with which you can sail upstream and downstream through time's river. The port for that ship is in the Temple of Time. To restore the Desert Colossus and enter the Spirit Temple, you must travel back through time's flow. Listen to this requiem of spirit. This melody will lead a child back to the desert. Also a great song. Yes. Hello, champion. Requiem was a word before it was used in Resident Evil. I'm sorry to say. It's a very somber, sad song, but I do think requiems usually are kind of sad. You've learned the requiem of spirit. Awkward. Shiku's just waiting for the sandstorm, like, I don't have time for you. I have places to be, things to do. All right. Muni says, the reason I like it is because in the TTRPG, tabletop role-playing game, Legend of Five Rings, they actually have two groups that each view some deities differently. There's a clear through line for us players that learn both sides of the coin. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. I like duality concepts like that. It's something they're actually working with in the new World of Warcraft expansion quite a lot as I'm playing through it. So it's kind of interesting. Also, Eternal Darkness, Mooney says, Sanity's Requiem was a thing. Such a nice game. Yeah. Masterpiece. But yeah. I don't think my game of the year has arrived yet. How long are you in the game? Is it right to say? You'd probably say how far are you? But yeah, I'm almost at the very end, Monkey. I'm very, very close to completing the game. I need one dungeon. Well, I need this dungeon and then one more, which is the final one. The one Mentuk was doing on his stream on Friday. Hello, Princess. Hello, Senlei. I'm just going to follow up on chat here while I play a song. First, let's take previous message. Champion discussing over Resident Evil 9 has reached new heights with him thinking that they invented an age-old English word. Yes. And we are, as Mooney says, 77.7% through the game. So we will finish it today. Princess comes in and says, well, requiem comes from the Latin word rest, requies. It is used for the mass of the dead, which is said to make the dead rest peacefully. As far as I remember. This is not gonna work out, is it? So I wonder who built the spirit temple and for what purpose. So wait, is she actually? Oh hey, it's the owl. Hey owl, Gabora. Is it actually restored? No, it's still missing part of its body. Okay. I was just curious about that. God, Tomodachi Life is addicting. Yeah, it is. I kept saying I'm just gonna play for 20 minutes yesterday, but then I kept playing for like 2 hours. Alright, so we're in the Spirit Temple as a kid. Now there's this place we can go, but someone is in the way. It's been a while since you did classical music theories. You can might remember. Yeah. I don't remember it, but I do know it is a type of song, music type of music, like a genre of classical music, I guess. I haven't seen you around, kid. What do you want? To see the temple? You're just a kid. The temple is no place for kids. Could you, rub it more in my face that I'm a kid? God damn. I'm looking for the sages. A sage? I don't know anyone like that. Oh, okay. What if I say... What do you want? Nothing really. You have nothing to do? What good timing. Can you do me a favor, kid? Wait a second. I want to ask you first. You wouldn't happen to be one of Ganondorf's followers, would you? What if I am? Don't try to act cool, kid. I was just asking. A kid like you could never be one of Ganondorf's followers. Well, let's cut to the chase. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Naburu of the Gerudo. I'm a lone wolf thief. But don't get me wrong. Though we're both thieves, I'm completely different from Ganondorf. Ganondorf. With his followers, he stole from women and children, and he even killed people. A kid like you may not know this, but the Gerudo race consists only of women. Only one man is born every 100 years. Even though our laws say that lone male Gerudo must become king of the Gerudo, I'll never bow to such an evil man. By the way, what is your name, kid? Link? What kind of a name is that? Well, anyway, I want to ask you a favor. Will you go through this tiny hole and get a treasure that's inside? The treasure is the silver gauntlets. If you equip them, you can easily push and pull very heavy things. No, kid. Don't even think about taking this treasure for yourself. The silver gauntlets won't fit a little kid like you if you try to equip them. Oh, is that what you're saying? I want you to be a good boy and give them to me. Ganondorf and his minions are using the Spirit Temple as a hideout. Only the silver gauntlets will allow me to sneak deep into the temple. Once there, I'm going to steal all the treasure inside and mess up their plans. How about it? Will you do it? Yes. Thanks, kid. You and I, let's give Ganondorf and his followers a big surprise, shall we? If you can successfully get the silver gauntlets, I'll do something great for you. Okay. Fair enough. Does she say anything else of interest? Any lore bits? You can successfully get... No, she's just saying that she'll do something great for us. Yeah. That can mean a lot of things. Let's see here. Okay, I'm right to not have put on my wooden shield. Whoa. Oh, I get hit by one of the one of those things. Actually, I'm wearing I'm having a mask here. Let's not wear that. Can I get you to... There you go. Much better. Oh, don't follow me. Okay. So is there actually text here we can read? No, it's just... There's text on the wall, but I don't think we can read it. I'm gonna see something just for the fun of it here. If I just do this, can I? I can stab him because I'm so small. I can stab under his shield. Oh, that's kind of funny. Oh, that's not what I want. Almost. Come on. There you go. Whoa. What's in here? A blue rupee. Aren't I lucky? Alright, then we have this guy. If I don't attack... If I don't attack, he won't attack. Also, he will mirror my movements 1-to-1. Meaning, if he stands there and I shoot the switch, he should burn. Yes. Ganondorf's treasure, so-called treasure, not looking too hot. What do you mean? Watch for the shadows of monsters that hang from the ceiling. You can't do that. Also, I think if I go on the other side of that... Oh, the 5 rupee chest. Oh, right. I see now. It makes sense. Can you guys hit me through... No, you can't. Okay. Yes. Oh. Was the three keys following me with fire in them there? Holy moly. Got the small key there. That's cool. And there's a 4th one that didn't get me. God damn. But yeah, it's so fun that they're forcing you to be a child to complete this. They're forcing you to go back. I'm never gonna be a kid after I got that lens of truth. But they're like, no, you're not done. You're not done using the core concept of the game. Which honestly is amazing. It also makes sense why some items are only usable as a kid and some are only usable as an adult, because that differentiates you further. Should be some bomb juice in here. Hello, it's Jaya. Jaya. Welcome in, Jaya. Hello, what's up? All right, we just got what we needed. We just can't implement that mechanic in the penultimate dungeon like it's nothing. Oh, I love the word penultimate. It's so good. Oh, we actually got both the enemy and the... Oh, nice. I've never got... I usually kill the spiders by boomerang, I think. Show me the light. Oh, and I did. Oh, there's another one. Right, there's actually a treasure if you... That's just rubies. Okay, there's a chest right here. Right. And that's rupees. Oh, that's... Wait, did I get rupees? I'm not sure if I'm following along with my own logic here. Oh, okay, so this is the main room. This is the room where all of it meets up. And we have another statue of the goddess of the sand. The way she's supposed to look with colors and a statue that hasn't been defiled by the age of time or whatever. That sounded way more dramatic than I wanted it to. So we don't actually have to do this as a kid, but since we're here, why not? Let's make it. Let's brighten up our day here. Big chest. So that's either map or compass. I'm pretty sure this is the map. We file like by the age of time, like we all are. Yes. But this is such a cool statue. The way the colors are used for the snake. Yeah. Again, a central chamber is such a cool thing in these dungeons. And then we look at the map and you can really see, like with the forest temple, this is all about symmetry, duality, which is so, you know, symbolic for what this this dungeon is. To get up through the door upstairs, we need to move this down here. Go. Pretty simple puzzle. Yeah. I just, you know, love how it feels to run around in here. It almost feels... yeah. This feels very much like a place, in a way. A place of worship, but also a place of... yeah. Danger. Muni says, now this dungeon is very Egyptian, a theme that isn't really present in the rest of the game. It makes the place seem so much older than it might be. He says, exactly, and the lighting in here so dark, you really feel like this place has been untouched for centuries. Yeah. But then again, we do know that... well, we'll get to know that there are people using the structure actively. But yeah, it does have that feel for sure. Okay, so that's how we get through the gate, but we are missing a key. And I only know that... yeah. Because I have done the dungeon many times. Can I... I don't think I can, but... yes, I can. Okay. I like some good Egyptian themes. It's cool and takes my sense of adventure. Yeah. And I mean, the music is just, you know... that perfect Middle Eastern mysterious... it has that perfect Middle Eastern mysterious feel to it. The desert feeling. Reminds pretty of Tomb Raider and all the old ones in all the best ways. Yeah. Revelations or Tomb Raider, like when you're in the tombs, basically, in the old ruins. Right. So that was the torch, right? I think it was. And there's a very specific musical scale or mode, I think it's called. Yeah, it's called a mode used for this this type of music. And I believe I I looked it up when Entuk was playing this game the other day, so it should be Phrygian, the Phrygian music mode, but musical mode. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Where are the other? Yeah, one is here, right? No, wait. Why did I forget that? Oh, okay. So one is there. One is there, and one, okay, yeah. I'm just blind. Is that one? Let's go like this. Yeah, probably also the instrumentation. There's the key. Yeah, there's the chest. Right. I hear you, Spider, but we don't need you. Alright, time to fight against this guy. Probably my favorite enemy in the whole game. Pretty easy as a kid, though. You can basically just duck under his attacks. This is so broken. Hey, Real High, what's up? I'm gonna get... The hubris is gonna get me right now in a moment here. This is hilarious. So usually you do a power crouch stab here. Oh, yeah, here we go. Come on, get this for me. Oh, I'm spoiling it. Yeah, it's so much harder as adult Link actually. Yeah, he hits like a truck. But yeah, it's pretty funny that you can just duck under his attacks. What's up, Real High says, I just tuned in. Have you done Shadow Temple yet? This one and that one are interchangeable. Yes, they are indeed. And I have done it. I did a last stream on Friday, which was a fun time. We had a good time. We really delved into the lore of that place, so really fun. Hey, what's up, Link? Surprised to see me? A long time in this world is almost nothing to you, is it? How mysterious. Even I thought that the tales of a boy who could travel back and forth through time was merely a legend. Link, you have fully matured as an adult. From now on, the future of all the people in Hyrule is on your shoulders. Maybe it's not my time anymore. Here's my last advice. 2 witches inhabit this temple. In order to destroy them, turn their own magic power against them. Hoo-hoots! Do you want to hear what I said again? No. I will continue to watch you. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Bye. So we're gonna do a little intermission here. You found the silver gauntlets. If you wore them, you would feel power in your arms, the power to lift big things with A. But these gauntlets won't fit a kid. Plus, you promised to give them to Nabooru. You should keep your word. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, where are you taking me? Yeah, let me go. You fiends, Ganondorf's minions. Link, get out of here! No! These witches. These witches, they're using black magic on me. Yeah, let me go. Yeah. I would not dare give her Arnold voice. He's too cool for that. Not that Arnold isn't cool, but you know, he's a different kind of, yeah. All right, so we got what we came for as a kid. We can't get them to Naburu, so we're just gonna use the silver gauntlets ourselves, I guess. Peter says this dungeon has 2 items. Is it the only one in the series that does that? I don't think it's the only one, but it's one of the few, I think. I can't necessarily think of another. Real High says, just started hero mode run on Skyward Sword for my release order series run. That extra charge your sword's Skyward Strike feature starts out with really allows you to perform a lot of distance attack in the early game. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, look at the sun coming up. That was a great moment. Look at this though. Is that patch of soil? We also talked about, Moni says, the arguments for which spirit and shadow symbol should be considered the last. Both require the lens of truth, which leads right into shadow, as the will and shadow are connected, and it chooses use both child and adult link, which spirit delves more into. And yes, spirit having 2 items also makes it a special case, fitting the last regular dungeon. Yeah, I guess this does feel more like the ultimate penultimate dungeon, but I also do like Real High and swap it around sometimes. Because it's kind of, what do you feel like? Are you itching to go to Spirit Temple, or do you want to go into the eerie depths of the Shadow Temple first? Yeah, we're gonna do a short intermission here where I'm going to do the Gerudo training grounds. See how fast we can do that. That's gonna be not speed running, but we're gonna do it as fast as we can. We're not gonna, you know, stand and look at the wall art to talk about the lore implications, even though that could probably be pretty fun. But it's an optional, completely optional dungeon. So, but I did want to include it. It's not a dungeon. It's an optional challenge. It's not a dungeon. Sorry, it is not, and I don't consider that. Only reason I rarely ever do fire before forest is because I like to unlock my way back to the past ASAP. Doing forest first and saying sorry first is just better. Yeah. We're breaking out the pacing of the Spirit Temple though. No, I'm just saving the best for last, Peter. We're savoring our meal a little bit, you know? Making sure it's not over too quick. But yeah, I have on my last speed run, I think... Did I do fire before forest just for the sake of it? I don't remember. But I have tried doing them interchangeably as well. Always did fire first, yeah. I think I tried it for the first time last time I did. Hello, Epona. How are you today? But yeah, it's fun that they kind of let you do some dungeons out of order, because I always thought when I was younger that you had to do them either in a specific order, and then I learned later that you could do Spirit and Shadow interchangeably. But yeah, it's been fun learning more about the game as I started speedrunning it. If you're doing 100% run, you definitely want Forest first, so you can get those arrows. And Ghost Hunt and get the 4th bottle. Oh. Yeah. I probably wouldn't ever do 100% speedrun. But maybe a 100% run at some point, but... Oh. Yeah. I was like, wait, where am I going for a moment there? This is the Gerudo's training grounds. 5 for 10 rupees? Yes. Ah, okay, no, let's rerun. Ah, that's true. That's true. Still learning from a 28-year-old game. I mean, yeah, this is I think you can probably learn from so many games from this time, but this is the only game that I am this familiar with but where I still feel like I don't know everything yet. The game that keeps on giving. Yep. It really is. And it's the reason why some people can just play the same games over and over and over again. You just wish Spirit Temple wasn't a thing? Yeah, that's it's a take. It's not a very popular take, but it's a take. If people can watch movies over and over again to the Star Wars fans, then some of us can play a game over and over again. Yeah. Funked Dalek for that comment. Oh my gosh, Mooney took that personal. No, not having a take, having the take. All right, there we go. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, I can't do that. Champion... dictatorship. I mean, if it's a dictatorship to get virtually bonked for having a wrong opinion about Spirit Temple, then I guess, yeah. But you haven't been thrown into prison yet. So there's that. You got that going for you. Oh. But yeah, Peter said it. Don't disappoint me with your otherwise excellent dungeon tastes. Not sure what gave you an idea that this place is a democracy. That's true. I love democracy. Oh my god, I can't use these boots today. This happened in a randomizer run once as well for me. Well, it's very clear. We have sort of, I feel like we have very much determined that Dalek does not share the same sort of requirements for a dungeon to be good than the rest of us, I feel like. It's yeah. We have very different tastes in that regard. I can't think of any dungeon in this game I don't like. One thing Ocarina of Time has in spades is temples. Yeah. Real High says, and he also says, after Ocarina of Time, I think the next best temples are in Zelda Skyward Sword. I think I agree with you on a... Oh, wait. I think I agree with you on a... Yeah, on like a gut feeling thing. I'm currently, as you know, I think you saw me rate one of the dungeons, right? I'm currently rating them all, so I'm going to be interested to see which one wins out, Ocarina of Time or Skyward. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Champion says you spell water temple sounds wrong. Again, yeah, I don't know how some of you guys rate these dungeons, but it's like if it did something you didn't like, or if it made you spend more than half an hour on something, it's like it's a bad dungeon. But I'm not sure if that's how it's rated, but it just feels like it sometimes. Okay, this is not working. I need to not do this with the boots. I'm getting distracted by I'm getting baited basically. But yeah, so I'm just gonna not. Let's redo this. I actually died because I didn't put on my tunic. I'm that distracted right now. I'm that distracted. Wow. I'm not gonna get baited by Champion and Dalek's takes. I think I'm just gonna try and focus here. Then you guys can deal with that. Oh dear Lord. I do actually think it's fair that you don't like the dungeon starting. That just don't get me wrong. I do actually think it's fair. I was just confirming that nostalgia is a very powerful force. Yeah, and also proving that. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say it. That would be very rude to say. I'm actually gonna keep that to myself. Yeah. Real High says Proud Princess had terrific dungeons until the third act. That's 3 temples? Oh, I think some of them are pretty good. These enemies, though, are not very good right now. No, I didn't. I'm trying to kill a freaking clam. Oh my god. There we go. Oh, darling. I'm so. Did I upset him now? I didn't mean to do that. I'm doing this thing while trying to keep track of chat. I'm sorry if I'm missing stuff. Oh well. Yeah, I'm just gonna give up for now. I'm just gonna keep playing right now. Apparently I'm yeah, so just a minute. I need to recover a little bit here. There's a lot of different opinions, and everyone has a right to have their opinions. But yeah, I'm very focused on getting this done right now. Maybe I shouldn't do this at all because we're getting an item I don't really need. So, but yeah. Let's see. So I think here we need to... Oh, okay. We'll see. I mean, if he comes back, I'll tell him that I read his. I'll go back and read his message about the Twilight Princess dungeons. I love the dungeon in Twilight Princess, but maybe I'm very nostalgic because that was the first Zelda I completed. Ah, yeah, that could be a thing. Wait, which dungeon was that, though? Oh, I'm not sure I understand that then. Are we completing Ocarina of Time today? Yes, yes. It's not even. It's not even out of the question. Like, it's not even a question. It's gonna happen. It's not like, yeah. It'll happen 100%. It'll happen 100. It'll happen 100%. Oh yeah, I needed the arrows. Yeah, that's the way out. Am I then missing something? Oh my god. I always think using words like something being okay, yeah, I'm pretty much I'm very like, I do that myself a lot, where I call something the best. You know, I say spirit or forest or whatever. It's the best. Whereas champion usually says something is the worst about something a lot, right? But yeah, I think actually in a lot of ways I prefer when we talk more nuanced about the things. But yeah, fair enough if you don't like it. I honestly don't understand how you can dislike it that much, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It's that's where we agree to disagree. Oh my god. I can't play right now. Oh my god. Twilight Princess on Wii is worthless now. GameCube and Wii U. Twilight Princess superior. If only the GameCube version would come out on Switch 2, I would be happy. Oh, crap. Didn't mean to do that. We have 3 keys now. I think there's no further way to go here, is there? Or is there a door? No, I don't think there's a door over there. What would be really cool here is if we could get to to that. But can we? Oh wait. Want to play motion controls or just play Skyward Sword? Yeah, that's definitely more interesting than Twilight Princess. Works better. Motion control wise, because you know the motion controls in Twilight Princess in the Wii version are very I mean, I don't know how to say it. It's very I don't remember. I can't. Give me a sec. I need to reset. Just think. What are we talking about? Twilight Princess Wii controls. Yeah, it's very gimmicky. So you know, what I do like about it is, you know, you can basically aim with a Wii remote and stuff, right? But you can do that in the Wii U version too with the gamepad. My only gripe with the Wii U version is that my gamepad is very old and it cannot keep any power, and I don't have a proper Pro controller for the game, so I can't really play it properly. This is an optional place champion called Gerudo Training Grounds. So alright, let's see, defeat the enemies. Also, a very important thing. We have to put the red tunic on because it goes well with the gauntlets. Very important. Let me reply to you in a second, Jaya. Oh, the re-release, you mean the rumored... Do you mean the 3DS version or the rumored remake? You say you're excited, so it must be the remake. I'm very worried. But also very excited. But also, I guess I'm starting to feel less worried. But also, I'm like... The problem with this game, that game, is when you look at who's developing it. But if we take that out of the equation for a moment, I hope that it's something that will stay true to the original, but not necessarily one-to-one. If they extend some things, make some areas bigger, and so on and so forth, I will really appreciate that. If they flesh the story out more, all those things, I think it could be really good. But if they just do a one-to-one remake, I think it might be a little disappointing in a way. Like it would feel a little too much like the 3DS version. Which I like. I like the 3DS version. I think it, for a handheld port, I think it's really good, and I have enjoyed playing the 3DS version a lot. But yeah, so I mean, I would like them to extend some things a little bit, not necessarily in the way Final Fantasy VII Remake is doing it, where it's like changing the story and things fundamentally. But I kind of want it to stay true in story so that it feels like the same game, but it should also feel a bit bigger and a bit more modern in scope and scale, so that you have a bigger Hyrule field, a bigger desert area, some bigger, maybe slightly retooled dungeons that don't feel as 90s as they do. So, but yeah, as Real High says, just if it's the same game, you can just reskin the 3DS version or whatever. But what I think realistically we'll get, though, I don't know if we will get a game of that scope. I mean, I don't really want to hope that we'll get a game of that scope. I think when you look at what developers are out there that could potentially be doing this game, of course there is the potential that it's the Zelda team that has sort of gotten help from another team, but that, that the Zelda team is very deeply connected to the development of the game, but I don't think that's realistic necessarily. So if we look at what developers could be doing this game, there is like 3 choices, I think. At least, no, maybe 2 choices. It's probably not Gresso, because Gresso have just made Echoes of Wisdom not too long ago. Then there's Tantalus, who have the ones that made the Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess HD remasters. Then there's yeah, because they have 2 teams, right? They just in 2024 they just ported what's it called? They just ported Luigi's Mansion 2 to Switch, but they have another team which I think is the Zelda porting team, which haven't really done much since Skyward Sword, right? So there are a possibility, but it might be more it might make more sense if they got those guys are doing a Link Between Worlds or something like that as well. So again, that's more of a remaster, not so much oh yeah, we need to kill these. Not so much a I'm gonna use my big sword here. Oh, what am I trying to say? I can't think and fight at the same point right now. Let's get these things back. The last developer, which is, which I see as a possibility, could be Monolith, because they have had a undisclosed new IP being developed for quite a while, which had some Zelda-inspired concept art back in the day. So, I mean, there's still a possibility that they could be in charge of it. But whether they would trust someone like Monolith to do it completely, they have worked on both Breath of the Wild and they have worked on, oh wow, that's a huge rupee. Tears of the Kingdom, right? I also think they actually helped Tantalus on Skyward Sword HD. So I mean, they have developed Zelda games before, but mostly things like making the overworlds or making graphical assets and stuff. So I don't think they have a team that is capable of completely developing a full Zelda game on their own. So yeah, it's a little it's a little up in the air in that regard, I think. So got another key. Um, also, I see you're talking about the movie. I'm just trying to finish one topic before I go on to the next. Okay. This room. Is this the room to the other? No, this is back out, right? Yeah, this is to here. Okay, good. And this will lead us directly into the chest room here. This should be just like arrows or something. But yeah, the Zelda movie is gonna be interesting. It's coming out next year, and like real high, I don't really have many. Yeah. Expectations either. I think the initial pictures are looking good. I think the vibe is looking right, and I think New Zealand is the right place to record it. But other than that, I don't really have many expectations. We're gonna need one more key, aren't we? Oh, okay. He went for carrot cake before. That's good. Welcome back, darling. I love carrot cake. I don't usually eat carrots a lot because I'm allergic, but I can eat carrot cake, and carrot cake is delicious. What are we doing? I was missing one key, but where? Oh yeah, it's upstairs, right? It's like there's a hidden room somewhere around here. I don't remember where it is. It's right here. Karottencushion. Oh. But I'm excited to see the movie. Champion, you asked, what's the possibility that Nintendo would hire an outside company to do it? I think that's very low. I don't think they would trust an outside company with a game like Ocarina of Time. I honestly don't. So it's like, wait, are we missing 2 keys? Oh god, are we missing 2 keys? Let's open some of these. Capcom made Minish Cap though. Yes, but I believe that the team that sort of, you know, helped make those games, the writers, for instance, that they're the same ones that also wrote the Oracle games. Those were sort of half owned by Nintendo. Like, I think Nintendo owned like a third of that company. That was like the primary team on the games, right? So it's like it was some kind of joint effort between Capcom and Nintendo and that company. So yeah, I don't have a map in here, so I'm thinking I must have missed a key somewhere. Was it out here? Maybe. No, maybe. I can't believe I'm missing one key. Having Capcom make the Ocarina of Time remake would slap. I don't know if they would understand the source material well enough, but their RE engine would be pretty cool for Ocarina of Time remake. You could make Ocarina of Time in the RE. I think it's a fairy in there, Moni. I'm not completely sure, but I think it's a fairy. It could be something else though. Oh, oops. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna look here. Is there something behind that door? Something behind that door. I mean, we have been here, right? But oh my god, I can't. I can't believe this. Wait, I have one. Well, I need 2 keys. That's why I'm running around. I need 2 keys and I have 1 key. Okay, I'll give it until... I'll give it 10 more minutes, and if we can't find it, I'm not... Like, we're just gonna go out. But I'm pretty sure I should be able to find it in 10 minutes. I don't do this very often because it's optional, so... But I did want to include it this time. Is it in one of these? It's probably in one of these, isn't it? It's probably in the one up here, and I was just like, you know, that's probably just rupees. Oh. No, never mind. This was a trick chest. There's nothing more hidden in here. I was punished for my hubris. I don't think it's in here either. So it must be in one of the older rooms where I've just skipped past real fast. And then yeah, I think that might be the case. But yeah, I think it's gotta be in internal Nintendo Studio doing Ocarina of Time. I don't think they would hire, the current Nintendo wouldn't hire an outside company for that. I think. Let's try this. I think it's... Oh, yeah, it's a fairy. It's one of the big fairies. Come on. There you go. It gives magic. We has done it once. I mean, it is an interesting challenge. It's a fun thing, but it's not necessarily the best design in this game. Let's see here. Then I guess it's gotta be in there, right? Yeah, I did climb up because that's what I thought was the last thing we needed. But then I saw that there were 2 locked doors all of a sudden. Unless I have misunderstood something, but I mean, there are two locked doors. I'm just gonna also put on this just so I don't die again. Oh, you guys are back. Are you dying, son? Not right now. Hi, Teddy. And considering maybe I need to kill all these and then that'll give me a key. I hate these. I hate it when they're underwater because the timing has to be so precise. I'm pretty sure I killed them all before, so I'm like, I just still stumped what the hell I'm missing. Alright, let's one more. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god, There we go. Yeah, it doesn't give anything. So I must have missed something. Oh yes. Also, I saw your joke before, Champion, on the end club thing, but it was happening when I was getting very overwhelmed by chat, so I didn't really have time to react to it. They are pretty much like, it's a timing issue, and it's just not. The most frustrating part is I could have just not gone out of this door. I could have gone around because I got this key without going that way, but I didn't. And now I'm missing 2 keys. So I could have, you can basically skip 1 key. And now I haven't locked myself up because I know there is 1 more key, but I'm a little like, oh my god, why did I do that? Because I kind of intentionally tried to get that key. Yes, me not streaming on Tuesdays. Real High says, one thing about this original Ocarina of Time is while there's a decent strong enemy in the dungeons and stuff, the overworld was quite lacking in enemies. If they really are gonna remake this game, fix that for sure. They could probably do that. Is this a key? I hope this is a key. No, it's not. Yeah, it is hardly worth the trouble. It really isn't. I just really wanted to get all the items, and now I am screwing myself over on time, basically, because I thought I could do this in 5 minutes, and it's been half an hour with me bumbling around. Because I only do this when I randomize the game. And then I don't do it all in one sitting. I just walk around and do as much of it as I can. There is right here, but we already got that. That's I think Peter already. There's more. No, there's like. There's 1 item you can get. You can get the ice arrow in here. And that's about it. But I am... I'm struggling finding the last key. I have screwed myself over by using a key I'd gotten in a bad place. So now I can't find it. Maybe it's in the skeleton room. That's not necessary. Nope. It's not necessary at all. Oh my gosh. Maybe in here there's something I missed, but I don't think so. I can't think so. As I said, I was gonna give it 10 more minutes, and those 10 more minutes are almost up. And I think we have all gone through the... No, wait, there's one... No, wait, I did go to that room as well. So, I don't know. I'm starting to be a little annoyed that I... It's also annoying that I can't do it, because I know I have done this several times. We have gotten the one from this room. Are there more in here? Maybe. I'm gonna run down into this room and look later. I haven't gotten Pierre, which is annoying, because then I could go in and out easily. It must be something I'm missing with either the Lens of Truth or a very obvious chest that I've just run past. Because this one I took. You can see that that one's taken. Are there maybe more in this room? Is this... This is the one. Oh my god. This is the one. Oh my god. I totally skipped this one. That's why. As I said, it was either that I missed something or it was because one of the chests was right in front of my face. Here we go. I thought to myself we'll come back for this later, and then I forgot. You found some cool uses for ice arrows. Can you maybe list some of them real high? That would be fun to know. This place has no map. No, it doesn't. And it's very, very obvious when you see me play here, because I really needed a map. You have ever shot an ice arrow at a blade trap? No. Oh. Muni knew that. Maybe I knew too, but I'd forgotten because I never used them. You just saw me play this area. I will admit, Mentuk, I wasn't watching as intently when you were going through this place. But also, I did actually go and check for all the chests that you were struggling with, and I had just basically... I basically just ignored a chest and said I'll come back for it later, and then I didn't come back for it. So it wasn't really that I struggled, I'm just dumb. Here we go though. Ice arrow. You can freeze a few enemy types and hit them with your hammer and immediately kill them. Little phosphorinks. Oh, we're gonna try that then. Wahoo! Yes. But welcome in, Mentuk. I hope you are doing well. Hope you're having a nice day. Oh, Theodore is sleeping. Oh no, it's only 7 now. Yeah, okay. Sleep well to your son, and I hope he sleeps fast, so you can come back. Is this a 100% run? No. Also, I could have used Farore's Wind here so many times. I should have done it. I just wanted all the items, so it's maybe a 60% run or something. 50% is probably, yeah, pretty close enough. What does Farore's Wind do? It basically, when you're in a in something that is considered a dungeon by the game, or a cave or something, you can use it to set a warp point, and you can then warp to that point whenever you want using magic. Oh no, you set the warp point by using magic, and then you can... So I'll try and show you... I think there's a place we can use it in the Spirit Temple. So almost time for my break, but honestly, let's do the break after we raid the Spirit Temple. Because now I'm on a roll. Whatever percent slow run. Yeah, kind of. Like, for instance, I'm gonna go and get this heart piece up here. Bruno, the bastard, did not like the horse you gave him. How dare he? How dare he not like the horse you gave him? Oh. Okay. We'll take another trip around the block then. It's super fast. There we go. To give us another... No, we just got another recently, so this is our first of many. We didn't want it anyway. Well, now we got it. Okay, Now we're back here, but we have the silver gauntlets. So now we can move the big boulder out of the way here. Boom. All right. So we need a key. We need a key. In here is an optional item though. Let's get that. Also, let's try this. I'm just gonna try it. Okay, no, that only damages it. Hi Anna, welcome in. Muni needs to make some food. I'm starving, gonna have stream in here. Okay, cool. Princess ready for Act 2 of the Majestic Spirit Temple. Yes. Oh crap. It's gonna fall down here. We are currently doing the last, the second to last dungeon of the game. And I was just doing a short intermission where I was bumbling around an optional little challenge that I spent way too long on because I couldn't find a key that I'd passed 3 times. But yeah, the sound of the sad wolves. Yeah, oh no. Let's get the compass, just, you know, to get the compass. Maybe it's more effective to use it against fire-based enemies. Probably, Jaya, probably. Let's see. Maybe it works. Maybe it works. Oh. All right, let's go here. But yeah, that was just the compass. We still need the key. And then we can this one. I think it's easier if I just put on my boots here. I don't think any. I mean, I know I don't need it, but it's easier. We don't need to move that block because I don't need more skulltulas. We have 52 golden skulltulas, and we have already collected the 50, which was a piece of heart, the 50 reward. So, yeah. The camera angle change. Yeah, suddenly it feels like Resident Evil. With a fixed camera. Oh! Alright, I'm gonna change back to Master Sword so we don't just slice through everything so fast that it doesn't even get a chance. It's fine with these guys, but we got our key. So right now we're trying to move towards the central chamber again with the statue where we got the map. There's a bunch of keys there. Not keys, a bunch of chests there. So I'm always skipping climbing these with the hook chuck because it's a bit of a bother. Oh, we got a... Oh man. Ah, crap. I should have just taken out my stupid lens because I was too lazy to do it, but I should have done it. So now this guy's gonna grow into a big one. Oh yeah, I can't do that. I'm using the lens. Oh, scary. Those little guys are the scariest, I've learned in my later years. So here, this is basically, these are the wrong ones. And then this is the right one. Then you can get a little greedy here and go like, ooh, I want this last one here. But that's a trap. It's a trap. It's a wall master. So now there's a wall master in this room, which isn't really that great. And if you're not prepared for it, you will get taken. Oh god. Wait, is it gonna drop on? No! So that's even better. If you don't... Oh my god. That's amazing. That's honestly amazing. So if you get freeze trapped like that, it will 100% take you. Alright, let's see here. Can I... I don't know how close that was. It was a little scary, but... Yeah, so we need to do this again, because, yeah. I do wonder if we can just keep pushing this. Ah, okay. I mean, we can do it like this. I swear to God. I'm fumbling so hard right now. There we go. I just wanted to demonstrate the trap, and then I got trapped. That's so typical of me. It's such a hubris thing to do. Alright. But yeah, there's at least one chest in this room, but there's also some switches and stuff. Not Nintendo Switches. They were not invented in 1998. And I think this is the one we need. This chest here. I really like that you play a song in one hand and then you get a chest in the other. Fine. The Virtual Boy was though, that's true. But that doesn't have the name Switch in it. Oh, you do get... When does this appear? Because that's how you can get over there without the hover boots. Is that also when you play the song? Is it like 2 chests that land on the floor when you play that song? But yeah, that's how you get over here without the hover boots. Wait, I was gonna show you Faro's Wind as well, right? Let's use this here, because I will go and unlock a shortcut now, just because I can, and then we will use this to come back here. It will go to the last door you exited when you use it. So it kind of, yeah, it kind of puts you in the room. That's not necessarily exactly where you used it, but in the room where you used it. And I'm trying to get myself to use it more in speedruns. Because I'm trying to figure out what good uses are there. Like, for instance, it's really nice in some rooms in Water Temple, as well as some rooms in Forest Temple. So Okay. And then we can use... Now we unlock the shortcut, which goes down to the entrance. Now we have a direct line back there, but I'm just gonna use Farore's Wind, and then we can go there right away. So if you're at a place, let's say you're struggling in the game. Let's say you're struggling and you want to go out and get fairies, then you can put this in a place in the dungeon and then go out and get fairies, come back in, use the Farore's Wind to walk back to the point you set, and that's it. So that's very useful. But for someone like me who's done it a million times, then I don't know if it feels a bit overkill to use. But it's a cool spell in essence. It's just not really that useful in practice, which is sad. But you know, it is what it is. I think if you go like, I mean, we can just use Din's Fire here, but I'm also playing the wrong song. Let's use Din's Fire on these guys instead, or the fire arrows. Yeah, it really is underutilized, sadly, because it's a fun idea. I love how I made it raining inside of a temple here. Right, but now it's time for the next item. Almost, anyway. So we've gotta get this guy to step on that, so that I can go in before he steps away from it. Also, there's a hidden chest somewhere around here. There. Hey, a recovery heart. These you can see with the... Are you cheesing the puzzle? No. That is my understanding of how you need to do it. Because all of those guys are... like those statues that come alive. You can't move any of them. So that's always been my understanding of how you need to do that puzzle. But I might be wrong. It's just how I've sort of come to do it a lot. So, all right. Now it's time for the real fight. This time we can't just... You know. Ow. Let's not die here, because he hits like a truck. Alright, so when he loses it, when it loses its armor, it will get stunned with every attack you make to it. So that makes it, when the armor starts falling off. I recommend not stopping with accident. What? Why? And I never remember if I can take care of these myself. I can't. Okay. The Megaton Hammer is not as strong as an Iron Knuckle. Apparently. Alright, another chest. So, second dungeon item. Here we go. One of the coolest mechanics in this place. You found the mirror shield. The shield's polished surface can reflect light or energy. Press R to use it. Like any other shield. All right. So basically, it reflects the sunlight and makes the emblem on the wall. I really like this. How it just completely reflects it. It's a cool. How do we do that when we're rating the dungeon item? We'll rate both items, I guess. When you love light puzzles, yeah. They're maybe a little simple in this game, but the first time it happened blew my mind. But there are definitely games that utilize them in a stronger way. Holy crap. Don't remember if that's a text I can read. I'm gonna put the time blocks here. I'll put the time blocks here. There's only one, but that's okay. Holy crap. No, there's nothing to read here. Okay. I almost let go of the... Ah, no. Alright. So this is usually a pretty daring climb. You gotta climb up. You gotta make sure the spider's gone and everything. Not get hit by lasers and stuff. But since it's the long shot and this can hit this, I always just do this, because you don't really need to climb it. I guess I also kind of like how, even though it's such an easy thing, there's a few places you need to actually play the Zelda's Lullaby. You had no idea you had no idea you could climb it. Oh, the first time I did that, you had to climb it. Not you had to. I ended up with Muni. I ended up climbing up the whole thing. JK. Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough. I thought you were serious for a moment. Okay. It's a weird choice to have the climb there, seeming insurmountable when you can just circumvent it. Yeah. They made it. They made it hook shotable, and the hook shot is just such an OP item overall, right? So it's. Yeah, this is a good puzzle. Hiding a switch behind a door, so you can get the platforms, you can get up and press a button so you can remove the fire. Again, knowing this, it makes it easy, but if you don't know it the first time you do this puzzle, it's a bit of a conundrum, and it's a cool room where you have the boss key right there, and then this mystery to solve. I kind of like it. But now we are in the upper reaches of the Spirit Temple. There's a big mirror here. Let's see, I think, isn't there... Oh... Isn't there a berry in one of these? No. Or maybe that's... No, it's not. I call it a classic for no reason, even if it hasn't aged gracefully. It's. I recently saw Mentuku was here earlier. I've seen him the last month or so complete this game for the very first time. He's never played it before or anything like it. So seeing that was very interesting because he had a completely different approach. He's played Breath of the Wild and Link's Awakening. So he has a completely different approach to how he will get through this game, and that's been very interesting to see in some puzzles where it's like, oh right, as a new player, that what makes sense to us who have played this game so many years, some things are like, oh, that's an old school way of thinking. So the final meta puzzle here is just, yeah, it's the crown of the that's what we say in Danish, the crown on of the master, the crown of the work. But, oh yeah, I was gonna use the ice arrow on this guy, but you know, it's Okay, so it's frozen now, which means I should be able to hammer it. Oh, or maybe... Oh, okay, it did... Oh, okay. What? Interesting. But yeah, you know, you gotta... I kind of wish this was bigger, but there is a puzzle in Wind Waker that kind of takes this to a new... The cherry on top of the proverbial pie. Yes, the cherry on top. Cherry on top is a great... It's a great phrase. Real High says, I know Breath of the Wild had quite a few serious staples missing from it. There are people who were disappointed about that. Not wrong. I did miss some things like the traditional dungeons. That doesn't mean the game didn't still kick ass, because it does. It is another classic. It is another masterpiece in the series, if you ask me. But yeah, so now we directed the light throughout the snake rooms from the very top of the temple out into this room. We're in the very top right now. So we're in this really cool room with Gerudo scribbles all over the place. And then you gotta use the reflection to activate the sun. And down you go into the central chamber, back into the central chamber. And then it's time for the final puzzle. Jaya says the mirror shield in Ocarina of Time is so cool looking compared to the one in Crossfire. It is. I mean, with the Gerudo symbol and everything, it's such a good shield. But the other one, Majora's Mask one, is kind of scary. But yeah, we'll see that one. But yeah, let's not talk too much about the. Yeah. About let's enjoy this moment. Look, the face of the goddess has been torn away. This was also weathered by time, it seems, and only the snake remains. And now we shall go into the belly of the beast. Ooh. Did we get the boss key? Yeah, we did. Looks like someone is here, Kaume. Looks like it, Kotake. What an outrageous fellow he is to intrude so boldly into our temple. Oh. We should teach this outrageous fellow a lesson. Oh, loyal minion. Destroy this intruder on our behalf. The instruction manual spoils a lot. Really? I don't feel like Mooney and I got spoiled, and we read that one to death. But yeah. Yeah, the little snap. That's funny. Alright, let's take care of another iron knock. Oh god. I still have a fairy. I also have a potion. And there are hearts in here. Ow. Don't get hit now. That would be very bad. Such a cool enemy. Ow. I am just such a mess right now. What? Yeah. Naburu. Where am I?
Well, well, looks like she's back to normal, Koume. She's just a little girl, but she commands a lot of respect among the Gerudo Kotake. Maybe we should make her work for the great Ganondorf for a little while longer. Then we should brainwash her again.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Naboru. What are they doing to you? Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna drink that red potion. And then we can get fairies after this. Poor gal, yeah. Brainwash for 7 years, you snap out of it for a couple of minutes, then it's right back to it. Okay, maybe they haven't started the brainwashing yet because they have other troubles. Like Link. So this is a cool boss arena. It's probably one of the biggest ones as well. So fun.
Look at that stupid kid. He came on his own to offer himself as a sacrifice to the great Ganondorf.
Yeah, would be fun if you met her earlier for sure.
With my flame, I will burn him to the bone. With my frost, I will freeze him to his soul.
One goes, whoo, the other goes, hee hee. They really are witches.
Sorceress sisters, Twin Rover.
Twin Rover Koume, Ganondorf's surrogate mother, sorceress of flame. She seems vulnerable to low temperature. Twin Rover Kotake, Ganondorf's surrogate mother, sorceress of ice. She seems vulnerable to high temperature. So who's gonna start, huh? You're gonna start, okay. Alright. Just wanted to see where she was. We could also do it like this, but let's see. It's gonna be flame now. No, that one's scary, that is. Just some random fella on the town square in Hyrule Castle Town, I guess. Alright. Are you gonna... No, you're not gonna show yourself, that's fine. Oh, okay, I targeted the wrong one there. Also, surrogate mother, I believe that doesn't that mean that they aren't actually his real mothers? They're like stand-ins? Or stand-ins, you know what I mean. Oh crap, I was targeting the wrong one. They are not his real mothers, but they raised him as their own. Which is, of course, a big reason why he is such a prick, right? He got raised by these evil, evil witches. My god. Oh. Okay, let's see. Okay. This one, even in speedruns, I never do this one like fully. Like I haven't found the perfect technique for this one yet because of the way they're. But I mean, I'm sure there is a way to kind of do it quick, but I honestly don't know it. But for me, it's better to not set target, I guess.
Oh, okay, Kome. Kotake and Kome's double dynamite attack.
Uh-oh.
Twin Rover. This is the combined form of Kotake and Koume. Turn their magic attack back at them.
So 3 times you gotta charge the attack. Should I? There you go. Let's take the final blow with the Master Sword. That was a lot of damage we did there. But I mean, this is very straightforward, so it's kind of just to not. Yeah, but it's such a cool fight. Like, you gotta charge it 3 times. The first one is a freebie, basically, if you know what you're doing. But here, it's kind of just starts randomizing it a little bit. So let's see. But it's kind of cool that she's vulnerable to both magics. Because it's the combined forms of both vulnerabilities are there. It's kind of fun. Don't. It's still a fun fight no matter what. It's a cool concept, basically. What? We got her. Got them. We got them.
Shoot, what a fresh kid. This time we'll get serious, right, Kotake? What? Kome, what is that above your head? I don't know, but you have one too, Kotake. But I'm only 400 years old, and I'm only 380 years old. We're twins. Don't try to lie about your age. You must have gone senile. Who are you calling senile? We're twins. How can you be older? How heartless you are. How can you be so ungrateful? You're heartless. You're grateful.
No way they go to heaven.
Come back to haunt you.
No. Also, it's a Japanese developed game. They I think they also. Yeah. Anyway, it's so fun. There's so much story in this temple. The way all the way through Naburo, meeting her as a kid, well, going there as an adult, going back out to meet Sheik, who says you gotta go back in time, meeting her as a kid, seeing her get brainwashed as a kid, going back as an adult. It's a great temple. Now, you're right, Prit. I should probably not have cut it up in 2, but I will still be able to sort of comprehend it as a single experience when we're raiding the dungeon after this cutscene. Alright. What's up, Naburo?
Kid, let me thank you. Look what the little kid has become in the past 7 years. A competent swordsman. By the way, I really messed up. I was brainwashed by those old witches and used by Ganondorf to do his evil will. Isn't it funny that a person like me could turn out to be the Sage of Spirit? And now I'm going to fight them as one of the 6 sages. I'm going to pay them back for what they did to me. Kid,
No, Link, the hero of time. Instead of keeping the promise I made back then, I give you this medallion. Take it. What a beautiful medallion. It's a tear to eye. You received the Spirit Medallion. Nabura awakens as a sage and adds her power to yours. If only I knew you would become such a handsome man. I should have kept the promise I made back then. Wait, the promise of doing something. What? What's that supposed to mean? I didn't get that as a kid at all, but growing up I was like, oh, I see. Link, the hero. Finally, all of us, the 6 sages, have been awakened. The time for the final showdown, the King of Evil, has come. Before that, though, you should meet the one who is waiting for you. The one who is waiting for you at the Temple of Time. Alright, guess someone's waiting at the Temple of Time. But before that, we have 2 very, very important things first, before we go to do that. One is raid the dungeon. The most important thing, of course. Gotta raid the Spirit Temple. And after that, I need a break. But let's raid the dungeon. You must have seen Celtic's take on Link's journeys as a metaphor for sexually becoming an adult. It doesn't sound like a Celtic video. His videos are usually not focused on that, but it could be. I'm not sure. It doesn't ring a bell for me. Only take 5 seconds. 10-10 in all categories. We'll see. We'll see where it ends up, Pru. So I'm just gonna go through this. As always. We're rating every dungeon. What aspects of the dungeons are we rating? We're rating placement in game progression. Where is the dungeon in the game progression-wise? Is it early? Is it late? Is it middle? We also rate the central mechanic. Was the central mechanic easily identifiable? Was it fun? Was it good? Was it even present at all? The puzzle complexity sort of writes itself. It's how complex are the puzzles. Execution requirement is about how hard it is, how much skill is required to execute what is required to do the things you need to do to the dungeon. Wow, that was really weird way to say it. It's basically combat and mechanically doing the things you need to do. Then there's pacing. How well paced is the dungeon? Is it too quick? Is it too slow? Is it too is it just right? Is it the level design is how well structured the dungeon is. How is every room connected, and how is each room designed in and of itself. Then there's the dungeon theme. Is it a strong dungeon theme? Or is it a weak one? Also, does dungeon theme is about the sense of place, and if the dungeon sort of feels like a functional thing, or just feels like a series of rooms randomly put together. Music and vibe. How good is the music, and how good is the vibe of the dungeon, the atmosphere, and how do those two things work together? And there's a dungeon item. What dungeon item did we get, and was it a good one? Or was it a bad one? All these things. There's a lot of more aspects in those things to consider. And then, of course, finally, the boss. Was it a good boss? Was it a bad boss? Spirit Temple. Let's start from the top. Placement and game progression. This is the I'm going to use the word penultimate dungeon. it's supposed to be. It's designed to be the final dungeon before the final dungeon. The last sort of regular dungeon before the final one. So it has to sort of feel difficult, but also not. Yeah, it's not supposed to be too easy. I would say. I think Spirit Temple lives up perfectly to where it is placed in the game progression. This is a dungeon that asks you to do everything you've learned, both as a child and as an adult in the game so far. So it really does ask you to remember pretty much at least most of what you've tried to do so far, and it will also throw you into some hard combat as well against the Iron Knuckles. So, yeah. But we'll get more into that in the other aspects. Let's go. So really, really well done. Like it's just, placement of game progression means it's a late dungeon. It's supposed to be a challenge. The central mechanic is very cool. It is basically using the game's main hook, which is traveling between child and adult Link. Those two timelines, they combine those timelines into one dungeon, so that you have to do the left side as a kid and the right side as an adult, and then it all meets in the middle, which is probably a metaphor for something. But yeah, it's a strong. Like, it is basically the mechanic that tells you that this is Ocarina of Time. Like this is the dungeon that remind. If you had forgotten that this game was called Ocarina of Time, that you had to do time travel, this is the dungeon that will remind you of that. And I think it's really well done. How it balances those two symmetrical sides of the Colossus. Her left side as her childhood, and the right side as the adulthood. You can even see how the Deruta would have used this as a maybe training grounds for training them as kids to be the best thieves from the very first steps almost. So yeah, really cool. So I think it's a strong central mechanic. It's utilized really well. You do that time traveling in the middle, and yeah. I'm gonna read your comment in a moment, Mooney, when we get to execution requirement. Puzzle complexity in this dungeon, I think, is probably, again, we're not reaching water level, water temple levels with this puzzle complexity. I think some puzzles are good. I think, there's the whole torch room as a kid, where you have to basically solve two puzzles. You gotta do the block puzzle to get the sun in the light. You have to turn on the torches, but I mean, it's just a torch and a block puzzle, right? They're not really the most complicated ones. Then there's the whole the child part of the dungeon. The puzzle complexity is very low. It's kind of like the child dungeons, it kind of is reminiscent of Deku Tree and Dodongo and Jabu Jabu in a way that it's fairly straightforward, but I mean, they still test you in all those things. Also, the enemies are pretty strong. As meeting the Iron Knuckle as a kid the first time is freaking dangerous and terrifying, because that big guy hits like a truck and is so tanky. You have to hit it so many times. So yeah. But Peter has a pretty good point here. There's a lot of unique puzzles for the different rooms, the boomerang puzzle, the mirror enemy puzzle, light puzzles. And also you can say that, again, I'm only keeping sort of still to the child puzzles right now. There's also the whole bombing the wall with a bomb tube, learning how to use a bomb tube to bomb the wall and get light onto the sun. That's the first time you learn that light and is a very important aspect in this dungeon, and it's a cool moment, right? So, but the puzzle complexity gets a little I wouldn't say that much higher as Adult Link. It is, again, a more execution requirement heavy dungeon, but there are a few things, again, in the higher aspects with the reflection stuff, higher chambers of the temple, and there's the boss key room that I praised for utilizing the hammer and also being a very mysterious room with a pretty straightforward puzzle. You got to find a switch to get to the switch. And of course, the final coup de grace puzzle is not complex necessarily, but it feels great when you have directed all the light, you've activated the sun to go down into the central chamber, and then you have to figure out, and that was hard the first time you did that, to figure out that you had to light your shield onto you have to reflect the light from via the shield onto the face of the statue. And that's just a great moment, honestly. But yeah, execution requirement. Let's see what Muni says about it, and I can see if I agree. For execution requirement, Muni says, I would say this dungeon has the highest requirement in the game, only for the first phase of the boss fight. It is so fiddly and technically difficult, even when you know exactly what to do. That's true. The boss fight is the first phase in the boss fight is very it requires you to figure out how to aim with the shield, basically, and also position yourself right so you don't get shot by fire or ice. And then also, again, we have all these iron knuckle fights. We have 3 iron knuckle fights, which are some of the more technical fights in the game. They are the most punishing fights in the game. If you mess up in these fights, you will take a ton of damage, and I've died so many times to them by being cocky and not respecting the axe, as they say. But yeah, and also I think a lot of the puzzles require a lot of, even as Child Link, you need to aim the boomerang right. You need to collect silver rubies without being taken by the wall master in the lower quarters. You gotta execute all the lighting the torches, which is not really a puzzle. It's lighting the torches without getting hit by the laser eyes. And as an Adult Link, you fight pretty much all the strong enemies, like the strong Listlefoss, you get the Iron Knuckles. You have so many of the likes in that dungeon that can eat you and take your stuff. And if you don't know how to skip that climb up if you don't know you can use hookshot to skip the climb in that chamber with the tiles or the walls that move. That one is very high skill, basically. You gotta time stuff, you gotta make sure you have killed spiders on the way up, and if you haven't, you gotta dodge those and stuff. So yeah, I think execution requirement, I think you're right about it, Money. I think this dungeon has a very high execution requirement, but it also makes sense because it's the penultimate dungeon of the game. So it has to have that. It has to have high execution requirement. I may say that puzzle complexity is maybe a bit low, but puzzle complexity gets some points for being like having a high puzzle variety in the dungeon. Every room is pretty much different and requires you to do something different. So, but yeah, the pacing I think is really, really good in this dungeon as well. Because you get there as an adult, you figure out you gotta come back as a kid, you go out and get the song, come back as a kid, get straight into it with Naburu, who also gives you some story exposition, which is fun. Then the child part is not that long, where if you know what you're doing, you can do that pretty quickly in like 10-15 minutes. Then you come back as the adult Link, and then you really gotta, redo that part of the dungeon, which is longer and has a lot more enemies and a lot more complex things to do. Also, you get the mirror shield and stuff. So I think the pacing is, as someone who knows the dungeon, the pacing might be a little quick. I feel like it's over too soon because I enjoy it. I enjoy being in there. So I always think, it feels a bit short. So as a veteran player, Spirit Temple might feel a bit short. But as a new player coming into that place, it's not an easy place. And I remember Muni and I spending a long time getting through Spirit Temple when we were kids, of course. But of course, we didn't read very well because there's a lot of things that you can read yourself into knowing in that place. Read yourself into knowing. I can't even talk English right now. But I think, yeah. So pacing, I'm pretty. I think it has a good pacing for new players as well as whereas as an older player, it might be a bit too short, right? But I gotta try and see it from the perspective of someone going through it. Mooney is way too fast today. Yeah. Level design. Mooney says, holy shit, this place is cool. The central chamber feels so real, and I know you just praised the boss key room. That specifically feels a lot like a room that exists solely for the purpose of holding the boss key, at least for me. Okay. I mean, I kind of pointed it out in the beginning, right? How the dungeon is a symmetry. It's made up of symmetry, where you have the left side, the child side, and the right side. Well, I guess it's actually, when you turn it around, it's the goddess's right side that is the child, and the left side that is the adult. But anyway, but I think it works really well. It works really well for the level design in that it feels like they had a blueprint for designing how, like, just like with Water Temple and Forest Temple, they had a blueprint for how they wanted the dungeon to look, and then they designed the how the rooms connected after that. But you also have the whole thing where you can kind of feel that it has the wings that you go out into, and then it has the main sort of structure in the middle where you go into the middle chamber, and that goes up really high, right? Almost like a tower in a way, and a big, massive room of worship and stuff. So it's kind of like a church in a way, or temple, a religious temple. So I think the level design is really good. And again, I gotta praise. So that's the whole structure of the place, which is really cool. But each room feels extremely cool. That it's designed around its main purpose. It's temples should feel religious, right? Yeah, but I don't think all of them do. I don't think the Forest Temple feels religious. That doesn't feel like a religious temple. But anyway, that's another talk. It feels more like a place, a mansion, or a castle. So, but yeah. Anyway, each room is uniquely designed, and I still think they feel like they fit into this whole symmetrical structure with the stairway, hallways in between, and all these things. So yeah, I think it's and then you have the throne rooms with iron knuckles on each side as well, right? So yeah, it's I think the level design gets high praise. It's not as high maybe as Water Temple because it's not as intricate level design as that is, but yeah, it's a translation thing. Maybe they are better at not calling everything a temple in the later 3D games. So dungeon theme, super strong dungeon theme. You have this Egyptian, Middle Eastern, dark temple feel, where something feels a little off. Something bad is happening, but not in the same way as Shadow Temple. It just feels like this ancient, forgotten colossus of secrets that is being now leaked to the world, like a pyramid in a way, where you open up something that maybe you shouldn't have opened up, but then I think all the Gerudo text on the walls, it makes the Gerudo feel like a much more fleshed out people than the Gorons or the Sora even. Maybe not the Sora, but at least they feel very fleshed out, even if you don't really get a lot of things told about them. It just feels like this is their place of worship, and it's very central to their culture, right? So yeah, the dungeon theme is really, really strong. This Middle Eastern mystery colossus tomb almost. It's not a tomb, but more like a temple of worship. But then there's a music and vibe. The music, I think, is one of the best, if not the best, dungeon music in the game. I think it's up there with Forest Temple and Water Temple for being really, really atmospheric, but also just it's kind of catchy. the main theme of the Spirit Temple, and it's ingrained into my brain when I think about going in there. There's the booming bom 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 bom, and the whole freaking musical mode and all these things, and then you get into the more mellow Middle Eastern Egyptian style music, which is just really strengthens this mysterious kind of eerie atmosphere in this dark temple. Muniz says, going through this again have made me think about when the temple is made. It has Gerudo scripture inside. Those could in theory be added later. It also feels so connected to the Gerudo as a whole. Maybe Gerudo have at some point not been connected to the temple. It's hard to say, yeah. But I definitely feel like, yeah, it feels very connected to them. So, then there's a dungeon items. There's 2 dungeon items in this dungeon. I think the first one isn't that strong. It's just a strength upgrade essentially, and it's not that interesting to push bigger blocks around. Yes, it feels cool. The first time you push a block 4 or 5 times the size of 10 times the size of you or whatever, but it's just pushing a block. It just allows you to push a bigger block, and that's not that interesting. So the iron knuckles, they look cool, they make you feel strong, but in essence they're not that interesting of a dungeon item. So it's good that you get a second dungeon item in this game, in this temple. It is the mirror shield, which can reflect not just sunlight, but also magic. It is a magic shield that can reflect dark magic back at the user, which is really, really great. And then you have together, when you put those 2 items together and you put on the red tunic, you just look so cool with the red and the silver, and the red jewel in the silver garnets and stuff. So I mean, if we were just talking about aesthetics here, then that would win out, of course. But I think the mirror shield is the saving grace of this dungeon in dungeon items, and for that reason, I can't give. Also, it's not necessarily used as much as I want it to be. Exactly what Real High is saying. When you get the mirror shield, is almost over too quick. You don't really get to enjoy it as well. I mean, I know there's the coup de grace, the cherry on top puzzle at the end, meta puzzle at the end, but I think the weakest aspect of that is that you want more reflection puzzles, maybe even enemies that attack you with magic that you can reflect back at them. Imagine a mirror shield in an open world so that you can use against wish ropes, something like that. That would be really cool, right? So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I think not completely high score on the dungeon item, even though they look cool and they feel cool to use. I still think that there are better. The hookshot is still a better dungeon item, even though it's not a dungeon item. It's a better item. But it's very high to being up there. It's very close to being the top score. I just think that the silver gauntlets might bring it down a bit. Oh, that's right, actually. I forgot about that, Pute. Pute says very strong utility in the final boss, though. Not something that always goes for dungeon items. No, you cannot complete. Like Bongo Bongo, you can beat without using the dungeon item. I technically think you can beat. Okay, there's a lot of bosses that need it, but yeah, I think you're right. It gets used very much in the final boss fight, but outside of which is this is also something I usually gauge. Okay, it's a late item, so the problem with I was gonna criticize it for not having much use outside of the dungeon, which I still think is a valid criticism. But I mean, we're so late in the game that there's not really many places you can use it. But I kind of wish there would have been a few places in the open world where you needed to use the mirror shield to get some pieces of heart, something like that. So again, I think I'm gonna settle on the mirror shield is almost highest score there of the dungeon item in this, but it's not completely there. It's almost there, but that's not like 100% there. Mooney says the mirror shield is relatively old item for Zelda series. It's been used before. It's also used too little in their games, but I think it's the nature of the item compared to when the shield is made. So the development complexity of having it interact with things is very high. I think that's why it doesn't get much use potentially. Yeah. Peter says, I think the technical marvel of having the reflection stuff works so well in a very early 3D game is so cool. Makes me partial to it being a little underutilized in the full dungeon. Yeah, I understand that. I also had my mind not broken. I had my mind blown by it as a kid. I thought it was the coolest item ever. So, but I'm just trying to be more fair in my assessment here. When I look at it as a whole. But I can understand the partialness to it. But I think for me, I will try and I think I have decided that, yeah, where I have it. So the final aspect is, of course, the boss fight. And this one is just one for the history books. It is such a cool boss fight with two very unique phases that use the same mechanic, but in two different ways. You have to be good enough to reflect one magic to the other witch, the one that the other witch is weak against. It's not always easy to line up. It actually can take quite a while to do. It's the hardest, most sort of execution requirement part of the fight, and it's yeah. And then you kind of have your victory round at the end, where you have to hold up your shield and get 3 stacks of the same magic, and then reflect back on her, so you can wail on the Twin Rover combined witch boss and just go absolutely nuts. It feels amazing when you figure it out and you're like, oh, that's what it is. The eureka moment. You go in and you reflect the magic, and then you go wail on her. You do it 2 to 3 times, and it's just a cool fight that feels great. It might not be the hardest fight, but it just feels great. So when it says we got to factor in that it is the only dungeon that has an additional fight after using the boss key. Yeah, that's true. Those iron knuckles, man. There's like 3 mini bosses in that temple. It even has the mini boss music every time. So, but I can feel, especially Peter and Muni, also real high for that matter. I feel there's a lot of opinions about, when I say these things, you guys gush about this dungeon, right? I also know there's the other side of the coin. Dalek doesn't like the dungeon very much. I think if I had some of the same views on it, I might also be harsher on some aspects, like maybe some of the enemies, but I kind of like some of the more convoluted enemies, so I don't know. But so I mean, I understand that there can be both good and bad as both good and bad perspectives of this dungeon. But to me, as you have heard, I have rated every aspect pretty highly here. I think pacing can be, as a veteran player, can be too quick. I think the puzzle complexity could be higher, again, if we compare this directly to Water Temple. I think the dungeon item could also be a little higher if you know, with the things I used in a long time arguing for that. But every other aspect of this, the placement and game progression, which again, I always try to weigh kind of high, the central mechanic, the level design, the dungeon theme, music and vibe, the boss, those all really, really are a strong case for this one. But Dalek says, okay, let me just take Dalek's message here. It's a mismatch of every possible mechanic from every dungeon. It kind of doesn't get its own identity. The best part of the dungeon is the boss. And possibly the best boss. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's fair enough. So you don't think you think because it asks you to use a lot of the things you've learned, you kind of feel like the dungeon gets less of its own identity with the gameplay, is what I'm hearing you say. And you know that's a fair that's fair for you to have that assessment of it. I think that's a I can see it from that perspective as well. I guess I just kind of enjoy the fact that it actually does that. So for me, it's a positive rather than a negative. But that's again how that's in the eye of the beholder. But my final rating for Spirit Temple, 7 out of 10 is not a bad grade. So that's where you're gonna put it. Okay. And Real High says I'd probably rank it right in the middle of adult half game. Spirit Symbol, Fire, Water, Forest. Wait, okay, ST can be both Shadow and Spirit. Anyway, maybe you can. I don't think I understand. You got it backwards. Oh, okay. Anyway, while you're doing that, I will give you my rating of this dungeon, as I did with Forest Temple and Water Temple. A 10 out of 10 for me doesn't necessarily mean that every aspect is perfect. But a 10 out of 10 for me means that my gut feeling, like when I go through all of these things, that my gut feeling is that it is that the positives are winning so hard over the negatives that the negatives for me kind of become, in a way, trivial. So, and that, you know, that makes it that makes it very clear probably to you that I will rate this also at a 10 out of 10. Possibly if one of the other aspects that I rated highly, if one of those were lower, it might have been it was close to a 9 probably. But my gut feeling with this dungeon, having done it again, especially with the really good parts, like the boss, like the vibes, like the theme, like the level design, like the execution requirement, and also the placement and game progression. It is, for it being the penultimate dungeon, this is, for me, a 10 out of 10. I was, before going into this, I was expecting a 9 out of 10. I was like, this dungeon might have not grown as much on me over the time as I thought it would, but I actually thought this was going to be a 9 out of 10 going into this. But yeah. But yeah, I also have very strong feelings for Spirit Temple. But as I also tried to talk about yesterday, what also makes this dungeon great is the lead up to it. It's the whole going into Gerudo Valley, getting captured, having to free the carpenter. Like, it's a fun lead up quest as well, right? So that's why I've always enjoyed this part of the game very, very much. And then you get into the dungeon and you just have this strong duality time theme, which I think is really cool. So. Peter says 10 out of 10 is the only correct answer. You would say that, just like other people would really say that Water Temple is a 0 out of 10, right, champion? And Peter also says, I swing you since you academically going through it tonight only confirmed to me that it's probably the best of close to okay in the series. Okay, yeah. So I enjoy that you are also trying to consider all these things. Dai says it's your absolute favorite game of all time. So, and Mooney says it's held by Breath of the Wild at this time. Yes. Currently, it is. Today, it is at least still Breath of the Wild. But who knows if it's Ocarina of Time tomorrow? We'll never know. You're here, Mintuk. You just missed me rating Spirit Temple, but I think you would agree with a lot of the things I say. So yeah, but let's take a break because I've been playing now for 3 hours and we still have 3 hours to go. I really need to pee because I've been drinking water. One of your favorite games of all time? Yes, up there with Breath of the Wild and Final Fantasy VII and all those games, all those great games. Mooney says, I mean, Zelda devs really gotta make a gem of a game to beat out Breath of the Wild. I think it's gonna be another 20 years, I think. I think so. Cheers, chicken. First time 10 out of 10. Great to see that. Yeah, I had a feeling you really enjoyed going through that. So, but yeah. So, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? When I come back, we are going to Temple of Time to meet someone there, and then after that, we are going into the final dungeon of the game. So strap in. Once we come back from this break, it will be a sprint to the finish. We will also be rating the final dungeon, which is called Ganon's Castle, and then after that, we will rate the game. And after that, if there's still more time to spare, there might not be, but if there is, we will also talk about the timeline split and what it will mean for the series going forward. Both the stream series, but also the series of Zelda as a whole. We will be talking about lore implications, but again, it's going to open up even more once we get through the timelines. It's just, yeah, it's we have a great 3 hours ahead of us. Let's just say it like that. So I need that break now because I'm about to pee my pants. But thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you so much again to everyone for the spirited discussion. I don't mind if you disagree with me. I don't mind if you agree with me. It's just great that there are so many who want to take part in the discussion, because there is no right answer. My list is my list, and you guys can have your own lists for all I care. So, but yeah, we are almost at the end of the third game in this timeline series because we skipped 4 swords. So we're just getting started with rating dungeons and talking game design in Zelda games and so on and so forth. So strap in for the next long time. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Be right back. All right. I'm back. Oh, Champion came in late saying 10 out of 10. Who would have thought? I mean, yeah. No one was surprised. Everybody expected it. Well, yeah. Final Fantasy 14, 10 out of 10. For me, it's pretty high up there. But it's also very hard to read MMOs. It's not something I'm not gonna start a whole discussion on it, but I think it's pretty high on my list. Xenoblade Chronicles is not a 10 out of 10 necessarily for me either. Maybe the third game. Probably the third game is probably pretty close, at least for me. At least a 9. Everybody expect that from Champ as well. That's true, Vincent. That's very true. Now I have to make sure I don't mispronounce. Like, you guys know how I switch around with Champ and Chicken. I almost swapped around Muni and Mintuk because they now have the same. At least in one of my chats, they have the same chat color, but not on my other chat. It's very weird. It's very weird. Anyway. Oh wait, it's very weird. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I just gotta look for the badges instead of the names. I think that's my my new tactic. So anyway, we're going back to the Temple of Time now to meet someone who wants to meet us. Eminem on New Adventures. Muni and Mintuk on New Adventures. That's I would watch that show. I'm just saying. Okay, we're getting straight into it. I've been waiting for you, Link. It's time for the big reveal. Link, the hero of time. You have overcome many hardships and awakened 6 sages. And now you have a final challenge. A showdown with Ganondorf, the King of Evil. Before that, I have things I want to tell only to you. Please listen. Another unknown legend of the Triforce passed down by the Shadow Folk, the Sheikahs. The Sheikahs? Oh, weird that they use plural there. Because there's usually Sheikah, other than single. Anyway, if you would seek the Sacred Triangle, listen well. The resting place of the Sacred Triangle, the Sacred Realm, is a mirror that reflects what is in the heart. The heart of one who enters it. If an evil heart, the realm will become full of evil. If pure, the realm will become a paradise. The Triforce, the Sacred Triangle, it is a balance that weighs the 3 forces: power, wisdom, and courage. If the heart of the one who holds the Sacred Triangle has all 3 forces in balance, that one will gain the true force to govern all. Just like Link in Skyward Sword. If that one's heart is not in balance, the Triforce will separate into 3 parts: power, wisdom, and courage. Only one part will remain for the one who touched the Triforce, the part representing the force that the one most believes in. If that one seeks the true force, that one must acquire the 2 lost parts. Those 2 parts will be held within others chosen by destiny, who will bear the Triforce mark on the backs of their hands. Seven years ago, Ganondorf, the King of Thieves, used the door you opened in the Temple of Time and entered the Sacred Realm. But when he laid his hands on the Triforce, the legend came true. The Triforce separated into 3 parts. Only the Triforce of Power remained in Ganondorf's hand. The strength of the Triforce of Power enabled him to become a mighty evil king, but his dark ambitions were not satisfied. To gain complete mastery of the world, Ganondorf started looking for those chosen by destiny to hold the two other Triforce parts. The one who holds the Triforce of Courage is you, Link. And the other, who holds the Triforce of Wisdom, is the seventh sage, who is destined to be the leader of them all. Wait a minute. Sheik? Zelda! It is I, the Princess of Hyrule, Zelda. I apologize for meeting you in disguise, but it was necessary to hide from the King of Evil. Please, forgive me. Really love this reveal. I remember I think you saw this without me. I think you saw this reveal without me, but then I think you didn't save because you really needed to show me the twist. So, you know, I think at least that's how I remember you being pretty excited and then needing to show me Muni as kids. That's pretty funny. Again, very rude of you, but that's how I remember it. But not rude of you to actually go back and show me, but yeah. Champion said, as young, I didn't really understand time travel. I thought this was the Link that was left behind when he picked up the Triforce. What? Oh, okay, so you didn't think time had gone at all, or time had gone on? Oh. Tim also says Xenoblade 10 out of 10. I should do a Xenoblade deep dive at some point. Anyway, yeah, she apologized for meeting us in disguise, but it was necessary to hide from the King of Evil. On that day, 7 years ago, Ganondorf attacked Hyrule Castle. I saw you as I was escaping from the castle with my attendant, Impa. I thought I should entrust the Ocarina to you. I thought that would be our best chance. As long as you had the Ocarina in your possession, I thought Ganondorf could never enter the Sacred Realm, but something I could never expect happened. After you opened the door of time, the Master Sword sealed you away in the Sacred Realm. The spirit remained in the Sacred Realm, and then the Triforce fell into Ganondorf's hands. He went on to invade the Sacred Realm. Ganondorf had become the Evil King, and the Sacred Realm became a world of evil. All of this is an unfortunate coincidence. I passed myself off as a Sheikah and hoped that you would return. I waited for 7 years. That's a long time. And now you're back. The Dark Age ruled by Ganondorf, the Evil King, will end. The 6 sages will open the sealed door and lure Ganondorf back into the Sacred Realm. I will then seal the door to the Sacred Realm from this world. Thus, Ganondorf the Evil King will vanish from Hyrule. Link, in order to do this, I need your courage again. Please protect me while I do my part. And here is a weapon that can penetrate the Evil King's defenses. The power given to the Chosen Ones. The Sacred Arrow of Light. Oh, she's almost shouting that. The Sacred Arrow of Light! Three exclamation marks. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. So Muni says, no, what Champ is talking about is when Link is put in the Sacred Realm. What if he became two? One that was held for 7 years and one that wasn't. The child left behind then becomes Sheik. Oh, that's an interesting take on that one. Oh, okay. Yeah. That would have been an interesting theory as well. But yeah, it was Zelda all along. Got the light arrow. Your arrows will be powered up. The light of justice will smite evil. Uh-oh. That can't be good. That rumbling, it can't be. Uh-oh. Princess Zelda, you foolish traitor. I commend you for avoiding my pursuit for 7 long years. But you let your guard down. I knew you would appear if I let this kid wander around. My only mistake was to slightly underestimate the power of this kid. No, it was not the kid's power I misjudged. It was the power of the Triforce of Courage. But with the Triforce of Wisdom that Zelda has, when I obtain these 2 Triforces, then I will become the true ruler of the world. If you want to rescue Zelda, come to my castle. I kind of regret giving him the southern accent, but you know, I've committed to the act now. I think maybe he will change his accent a little bit in subsequent appearances, but we'll see. I mean, if there are any subsequent appearances. Anyway, seeing how bad the X Switch 2 edition was. I mean, just because that one's bad doesn't mean it's not bad per se. The frame rate is better. It's just it has some graphical hiccups that are not on par with what you would expect of a game from Monolith Soft. So, but hopefully the next versions will be better compared to that. Should we get fairies? Yeah, we should. Just in case. I might mess up in my excitement. You know how it goes. No. Yeah, don't start with Xenoblade X. Yeah, I mean you could, but yeah, don't. It's a very different experience compared to the other ones. Maybe we'll be able to go with Trails in the Sky first. I think that's... I don't know. Maybe. There is a Switch 2 version of that at least. Let's see here. But I haven't played them. Oh my god. Alright, oh yeah, we can just... You're gonna do those on streams? Oh, okay. Okay. Bonanza and Tears of the Kingdom. Okay. Anyway, let's go on to the final dungeon, Ganon's Castle. Real High says should have a Switch within about a month. Got lots of both Zelda and Metroid to catch up on. Gotta replay Breath of the Wild since I never got to experience DLC content. And Wii U eShop went offline before I bought. Oh no. Gotta play Link's Awakening remakes, Skyward Sword HD, Tears of the Kingdom, and I mean, you have so much good stuff to look forward to just on the Zelda side. And then all the Metroid games, Metroid Prime Remastered, Metroid Dread, Metroid Prime 4. It's gonna be, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of nice things to look forward to there, real high. Link, can you hear me? It's I, Rauru, the Sage. We six will gather our power to create a bridge to the castle where Ganondorf dwells. The castle's keep, which is known as Ganon's Tower, is protected by 6 evil barriers. It's called Ganon's Castle, okay? Why are you calling it tower when you called it castle? Oh, anyway. 6 evil barriers. Bring down 6 barriers and save the 6 barriers and save Princess Zelda. Oh, look at all the colors. Oh, the colors. Na, 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 na. Rainbow Road. Oh no, I gotta. Oh, what's the Rainbow Road song? Na 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 na. It is a road, it is a rainbow road. Alright, here we go. Look at this. That's the main tower. And we got 6 trials. We will do them in the order. Oh, we can't do them in order. Never mind. We'll do them like this, as much as we can. Mintuk says this was awesome as well. Yeah. There's a lot of games. Maybe. Actually, I want to try something just to show if it's, just to see if that's a good way to do it. Let's see here. If I do this, I'm gonna show you and to see if I can, if the thing I told you about, if I can do that. Oh, I should be able to do it. Yeah, you can. Okay. You know about the invisible item health refill room in this place? Maybe, maybe not. You can point it out to me real high when I get close, or tell me where it is. That also works. Wait a minute. I'm forgetting something, aren't I? No. Okay. No, this is not the one with keys. Right, okay. What's fun here is that this is basically Shadow Temple stuff in the forest. In the forest trial. It makes no sense. It's so weird. Oh. I'm in the main chamber. Oh, really? Damn. I don't think I know that. Oh. Are we gonna save that for last? I think we are, yeah. This will activate this. It's in the center, you know, oh, like under the main tower or something. Wait, okay, maybe I forgot. Maybe, okay, we'll see. Maybe I forgot. Because I never, or maybe I just, you know, stopped using it because speedruns. I usually mess that one up and have to do it all over. Let's take off the slidey boots. Oh, no arrows. All right. Boom.
The forest barrier is dispelled. Hurry up, Link.
Or slide and hover. Yeah, definitely. It's a strong ability, but holy crap, they slide. Alright, so there's apparently... Okay, if I hadn't remembered that, I could have helped. Anyway, let's see. Let's see if I can find it. After, I think it's somewhere... Well, maybe we need to remove the barrier first. There's a visual cue, okay. Oh, is it over here? No. It's just the light. Not me scavenge hunting a room I'm supposed to know where it is, but I don't. Anyway. Is it a lens of truth thing? Okay. I mean, at this point, I have apparently forgotten all about it. Oh, so it's like a room you can... Oh, there! Oh, you can actually... Ah, you can actually see it. Okay. Oh, wow. Mentuk? What? If I had known this... If I had known about this room, I would have made your last... Oh my god. I could have given you such a big tip there. Oh my god, I forgot all... I know that room, but I forgot all about it. You wouldn't have had to travel anywhere. Ew. Oh man. Anyway, we're actually emptying out I forgot. It's because I would never use that in my speed. I mean, I could use it in my speedrun if I really needed it, but I don't usually need it. But that's a really nice way to get fairies late in the game as well. Noops. Noops. Oh my god.
Noobs don't even get to Ganon's castle.
Oh! Let's just use the ice chopper in here. Thanks. It took felt a little hit there. Oh man. I think it's like that. Maybe restocking arrows. Yeah, definitely, because arrows is something you can really miss in here. All right, let's get a free fairy over here. It's kind of cheeky that they put a fairy, because they will know you will be stocked up. You will be stocked up. You will most likely be stocked up on fairies there, and that you have to give one up. It's like ah, but then they're like ah, it's fine. You can have one for free. You ended up not having enough magic for your fight against Ganondorf. Yeah, because you didn't know what to do at the beginning. So you wasted in quotes wasted a lot of mana, and then you had also gotten what was underneath. So yeah, the water barrier is dispelled. Hurry up! So I mean, again, first time player is very different from someone who has played the game many times, right? So, or at least just one time. Like just having played the game one time makes it so that you know you have a lot more insight than you otherwise would have had. So blue potions, yeah, I think I still just recommend the fairies, because you never know how much damage you're gonna take. I just don't want to see something. Oh wait, we need that one. That's not what I wanted. Oh well. Yeah, you did bring blue potions. I guess for magic. Oh yeah, for the magic for Ganon. Yeah, okay. I guess. Oh, I thought we were talking in general, but yeah, for Ganon, definitely blue potion. I agree there. Definitely agree there. Oh, it's not there yet. Right. I know. No, wait. That's not it. Oh. Oh yeah, it's that one. I need this button down here. I forgot. I was like, huh? For a moment there. Too focused on something else. Ice arrows aren't bad on likes either. You can destroy the hammerheads. Ah, blue fire arrows is this. Okay, nice. Yeah, I didn't think of trying that because I had the big Goron sword and I can one-shot them. So, but yeah, you found the golden gauntlets with even more power coursing through your arms. Okay, okay. Let's see here. Hey. So, meant to remember when I was like, oh my god, you never use grappling hook or grab a hook shot on anything. So here you can basically just grab the torch. And then you're here. Boom. It is such a ridiculously overpowered item. It's insane. Anyway, Muni said something. Since we got the light arrow, something fun I think about from time to time is that the mystical properties attributed to the Master Sword was mostly present on the light arrows or arrows in general during the early games. Not entirely sure why it was the arrow that meant. It was because it was a silver arrow. Yeah, there's an invisible ice path. Yeah, that's how you were supposed to do it. Shellberry is dispelled. Please save the princess. Yeah, they were called the silver arrows back then, and they could do stuff, do bad stuff. But the light arrows and them being connected to the princess is also very, very telling, because she is the descendant of Hylia, right? So holy power, sacred power, all that stuff. Hover boots are very useful in this place. He's the light. Also that. you can also argue that, but okay. I don't think so, but, Oh. Hey, look how strong I am. Look at me. Look at me. Gone. When we got the hard boots, I said they have a single unique interaction. This is what I meant. The fact that the platform does not fall when you wear the boots. Yeah, that is very, very useful. I mean, they are very strong. Like honestly, they are very, very strong. When you with movement stuff. This is a bad use for them, by the way. You need to change away from them there. But we already opened the door, so it's okay. But yeah, you're supposed to change out of them there so you can jump back over, because else you don't get enough height to make that jump. And I think I remember in speedruns, but in this one I did not. Obviously, I did not remember. Alright, let's see what Darunia has to say. I love how the arrow is just there, floating. Also, the fire barrier is dispelled. Hurry up, brother! To celebrate, I found this one in the fridge. So to make sure we have the energy needed to fight the King of Evil, I am going to pop open a little energy drink. Alright. Also, since we got the golden gauntlets, I would say that the red tunic is not in fashion any longer. We're gonna go with the mixed look of the we could also go with the blue look, the royal navy blue look, or the mixed color look. No, I think we have a blue shield, so I think we'll do something like that. That's my least favorite thing about the golden gauntlets. They don't really fit with any tunic properly. But fashion is important in Hyrule, okay? I think I like the green better. I think I like this better for some reason. I don't know why. Oh yeah, there are hidden enemies. Okay, I'm gonna use the lens. Okay. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. Or did I just... Oh, I just missed that one. Aw. Aw, I almost did it without. Is it want to face ultimate evil profession? It is. That's the key. And then there's a bunch of traps around here. I don't even think we need to open them. Nah, let's not waste your time on that. Who said that? Who made that noise? Alright. Oh no, this is on time. One hard lesson, says Real High, I learned from my prior Breath of the Wild playthrough was that I'm gonna do when I replay on Switch. Grind ever-loving shit out of some wood early on the plateau. Yeah, that's gonna be very nice for you. It's gonna be very nice for you. Also, here is the trap. Here is the trap that we really need to... Huh? Where's the sage? Well... Also, someone is watching me, trying to get me. Anyway. It's so funny that it's the light temple part that, you know, Ganondorf designed this and was like, you know what could be fun if the light trial was a troll at the end there. You don't expect it. You would expect the shadow temple to be, yeah. I'm embarrassed to know at how long it took me to figure out I can build a fire anywhere, not just in pits. Yeah, okay, Real High. That's oof. But it's just a fun interaction in that game. But we'll get to that. It says the light segment. Some say it is proof that light temple was supposed to be a dungeon on its own. As I said, you complete the child dungeons. I think the child dungeons represents the light temple as a collective. But as for it having a section here, the temple has a sage with a unique situation. Its sage is already awakened, so it makes a bit more sense that it is the odd dog out. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Oh, the final one. We've made our rounds, then we gotta go out and visit the Great Fairy of Wisdom afterwards. Mentok says, I think it was Mia that hit me with a hydrate in the first room there. Yeah, it was pretty funny. You got completely fucked over by having to drink, and then then you got, yeah, dragged out by a freaking wall master. That's so funny. That was messy, but it worked. Okay. I've heard rumors that there would have been a light temple if they hadn't run out of memory space. You can refill your health and magic in the middle of this room. Oh yeah, that's a fairy, right? That's a big fairy. Messy where? That fucker needs to stop playing. Oh my god. What an entrance, Galvangar. Hi Galvangar, what's up? It's not messy we're talking about, it's the word messy with a Y. You're very Yeah. You really don't like Messi's football playing skills, it seems. Anyway, what can we go? So there I meet then. Okay. Back when I was a kid, I thought for many years, for like 15 years or more, I thought this room you can only do with a fire arrow, by shooting a fire arrow into the ceiling. Color me surprised during my speedrunning shenanigans that you can actually do this. You can stand here, light a fire arrow, and that way. Apparently this is the way you're supposed to do it if you don't have the fire arrow. It's so weird. What do you mean, Winnie? These? How are you supposed to do the shadow signal of fire arrows? You can do it with Din's fire. I mean, they are in here, I think. I think that's about it. Let's see if I remember. Okay, capture card. We're just playing Zelda. Come on. There we go. Oh, wait. It's the right shield. Yeah, because Din's fire is mandatory. Oh. Is it then this one? No. There we go. So technically, as a speedrunner, I should never spend time getting the fire arrow, because it's only the light arrows that are needed to complete the game. So the spirit barrier is dispelled. Hurry up, kid. Whenever she says kid, I'm reminded of Han Solo. She's the Han Solo of Ocarina of Time. She's a lone thief, you know? But then again, Han Solo is not a lone thief. He has Chewie. So I guess he's not the Han Solo after all. Oh, it got really dark in here all of a sudden. Holy moly. That barrier was lighting up the whole thing. Gavin asks, how many in here will attend Gamebox in the coming weekend? As far as I'm aware, it's not an event a lot of us have much I wouldn't say interest, but I don't think a lot of us are have it on our radar. It's not something I've heard anyone talk about, at least. Personally, I'm not in a position to go there, but I can see the idea of going there as a streamer. If I wanted to grow, I would probably attend, but maybe not in my on my personal channel, more like with the other channel. But I'm not really in a position to attend, sadly. But it's an interesting event. But I haven't heard anyone. I know Senley went last year, I think. But I don't know why. Oh, Senley was here earlier. So I think he's playing Tomodachi Life. But I don't know if he's attending this year. I do know a few other streamers who will attend, though. You can't wait to go. I mean, you also went last year, right? So I'm guessing you really like going to that event. But that's cool, guy. I hope you'll have a really fun time at Gamebox. Welcome, Link. I am the Great Fairy of Courage. I'm going to enhance your defensive power. Receive it now. Yeah, it's a bit late for this upgrade, honestly, but it's very nice to have for the last fight because there's a lot of damage in that fight. I have done it a few times without this protection, and yeah, it's but in my speedruns I'm not supposed to go here because it takes too much time, right? So I think I have in some of my runs just as a backup so I don't lose time by dying, but yeah, it is a bit. Anyway, but it was the last fairy. We have gotten all the fairies then. Gotten all magics. We've gotten all things. Also makes the iron knuckles not super lethal, yeah. But we are now moving on. We have 2 hours to go. We are now moving on. The last magic is this one, Mentuk. You get it in the desert, right next to the desert colossus when you come into that area. It's Neighbor's Love. It's also a protection magic, basically. So you take less damage while you're in this crystal. Yeah, Mentuk wasn't here at that point. Oh, I can't turn it off. It's a limited thing. Oh. Let's see how much damage these guys do. They do no damage. Less? Apparently, yeah. Apparently it's no damage at all. I think it's a good thing to use if you want to run on like poison water or something like that. I love this lead up. The music is so amazing in here. Oh yeah, I don't need to kill him. Okay, so you have to hit them more than once. Okay. We're just trying something real high talked about. Or maybe it's because these Lysalphas are more... Okay, it's gonna die now. So that's what happened last time. Maybe they just have more HP or something. Or maybe I did it wrong. I don't know. Maybe I waited too long. Shouldn't use too much magic here though. The organ music, yes. We got to use... No, they don't have a lot of uses apart from sort of unique ones, so that's a bit of a shame. See, how is the hammer on these guys? Okay, pretty strong. I mean, it's a freaking jump attack. So, I mean, it's just the same, I think. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm trying to do stuff that I don't usually do in this playthrough. I'm trying to just, you know, explore things a little bit as if I was playing for the first time. I mean, it's not the first time, so it's been limited what I've been able to do. But that's also why I've tried some of the things you've done that when I seen you play, where I was like surprised you could do that. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try that in my run. It's always fun. All right, here though, I think we're going to take both on. See, only I don't know how much damage I had taken. So it's like 3 hearts instead of 4, I think. Oh wow, that sounded terrifying when both of them were pulling the axe back. Oh my god. But of course there are Iron Knuckles. So yeah, my understanding is in this game that there are Gerudo warriors inside all the Iron Knuckles, right? So of course they would be in front of Ganon's final. Do we have them? Okay, maybe it's, yeah. Give me some magic, damn it. Thank you. Did you fall down? No. I haven't even gotten there yet. There's no, there's a ceiling right now. But I mean, I will probably fall down if I mess up at some point. Oh, speaking of, Zelda is playing Tomodachi. And yeah, I'm just trying to get more magic. Alright. Alright, guys. This is it. The final door of the game. Well, not technically not, but the final door that we will open ourselves. It's time to face him, Ganondorf. The descendant, the reincarnation of Demise's hatred and malice. The wielder of the Triforce of power. The king of evil. Ganondorf! That was like a boxing introduction. Ganondorf. It just plays. Where did Zelda and the organ go? Yeah. The Triforce parts are resonating. Great timing, yes indeed, prodigious. They are combining into one again. The 2 Triforce parts that I could not capture on that day 7 years ago. I didn't expect they would be hidden within you too. And why wouldn't you even? No, probably not. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. And now, finally, all the Triforce parts have gathered here. I think Ganondorf's biggest mistake is underestimating Link time and time again. These toys are too much for you. I command you to return them to me. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Oh my god, such a freaking badass.
Link, I can't help you. Because of the waves of darkness, I can't get close. I'm sorry, Link.
See? They were magic. They were illusions almost. Zelda's probably just been taken to another room or something. Maybe I should put on my light arrows. Ah. That's how Mario Tennis FIFA should have been, right? Definitely. Oh my god. It's because I'm forcing him to make the big attack. No. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was bad. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, the first jump attack was perfect. One would think I'm trying to make him do the big attack. Come on, do it. Do it, you coward. Oh. Oh, I'm too slow there. There we go. Okay. He's doing the big attack. It looks so fucking cool for this time. Oh, I was too slow. I was so taken aback by his amazing attack that I was like, oh, it's so pretty. Already empty these. Alright, let's see. Can I do this? Yeah, okay, nice. I was totally gobsmacked, yeah. Right, this is the final one. Maybe. Nope, it's not. It's because of my second one that was so bad, but it's fine. We're just enjoying this fight. We're not in a hurry. It's not a speed run. We're just taking our time. All right, let's try this again. Look at that. So cool. There it is. Ugh. The great King Ganondorf. By this kid. Link. Finally, you used my name. I remember we didn't see the big attack for quite a while. So when he finally used to, we were like, wait, what's this? Is he changing rules? When did he learn this? Yeah. Matthew Mercer going to voice Gandalf in the remake again? Maybe. Or maybe they'll find someone else. I would actually rather have Ben Starr do it, if I'm honest. If I'm honest, I don't think Matthew Mercer did great in Tears of the Kingdom. So, but anyway. Ganondorf, pitiful man. Without a strong, righteous mind, he could not control the power of the gods, and... Uh-oh. You jinxed it, Zelda. Time for a Metroid escape sequence. Link, listen to me. This tower will collapse soon. With his last breath, Ganondorf is trying to crush us in the ruins of the tower. We need to hurry and escape. Please follow me. Prodigious says Mercer did the creepy Ganondorf voice very well, but otherwise I do agree. Remember my clutch? Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's It's also something I've done in a speedrun once, and it's so... It really makes you almost crap your pants because you're like, it's what I'm gonna die. No, yeah, no, yours was even closer. That's true. You didn't have a second left on your clock. I think yours was like 0 or something, right? Oh yeah, I remember now. I've done one with like 1 second or 2 seconds. Oh, it was 1 second. Okay. It was so close. Jim says, let's get Ben Star pushed further down from us. Yes, let's do it. Ukulele close. Yeah, oh my god. Oh no. The impossible there. I always do that. I always scare the crap out of myself. So scary. Oh no, Zelda, you're in fire. Gotta kill these bozos. Oh yeah, they get stunned from a light arrow because they're pure evil. Do they also take damage from it? I know this isn't quite the time to experiment, but I got time. It actually damages them too. Whoa, it damages and stuns. Thank you, Link. Now let's hurry. That's crazy. Light arrows are super OP. Means that's completely produced. And honestly, that other skeleton was so close to reviving, it's not even funny. I shouldn't use them there though. I need the magic, but we can get some. Oh, I forgot Zelda. Zelda, come on. Yeah, I have plenty of time this time. But yeah. Last room coming up, and then you, of course, can I run around it? No, you will get stopped by that mother. Unless you, of course, play Sunsoft. I mean, it's only there to scare you. It's really only there to scare you and slow you down if you are really, really low on time. Make you really, really like, ah. How much do they really need? How much do we really need the ladders for the next part? They're useful, let's say it like that. Okay, in a speed run, they would be very useful because you can stun the boss, but since I have my big Goron sword, I don't really need the health. But they're not used. They're only mandatory in the first fight. So. Damn, this tower / castle be crumbling. It be crumbling, bruh. Just when you enter the fight with a butter knife. Yes, like Vintuk did. A broken butter knife. It's over. It's finally over. Jinxing it again. Link, I'm so sorry I couldn't help you in that battle before. That was Navi talking. Boom. Uh-oh. What's that noise? What is that sound? I read somewhere that the company of this tower has random elements to it, which can and has affected a speed run, which supposedly also is where it was discovered. It has random. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. So it can be drawn out, maybe. This fight is just iconic. It might not be the hardest or anything like that, but it is iconic. With his last breath, he will use the power of the Triforce of Power to transform into a few things. Ganon. No title, no nothing, just fucking Ganon. I love this design. It's so cool.
There's no way he's gonna hold me back again. This time we fight together.
A music. I love how you can even damage him with your freaking slingshot. Slingshot, not slingshot, hookshot. Call him Porker? Peter Porker? No. Yeah, this fight gets a little easier when you have the big Gorn sword. So even with the big Gorn sword, he takes quite a few hits. There we go. I've used a hookshot enough. No, exactly, you haven't.
Link, the Master Sword is here. Hurry up.
Oh, there. Dropping the epitaph makes his name have proper weight. Also, look at the darkness and his glowing eyes. It's so reminiscent of the game over screen from Zelda 2. Also Zelda 1 maybe, but... No, the fire is not... You cannot throw anything over that fire prodigious. You know? Also, where's the drama in that? We need drama. We need drama. No, it didn't. Shush. You saw nothing. I don't need your reasonable takes here. Anyway.
I'm using my power to hold the evil king. You must use... You use your sword and deliver the final blow.
Alright. You guys ready for this? Huh? It's glowing. Is it Fi? Is it Fi who's telling us to just freaking do it? And do it we will. The final blow. Oh wait, it's not a speedrun. 6 sages now. Ancient creators of Hyrule. Now, open the sealed door and send the evil incarnation of darkness. Ooh, into the void of the evil realm. Evil incarnation of darkness. Yeah. Something like that, real high. Alright, let the sages do their jobs from the sacred realm. Open the gate. Open the gate! You. Curse you, Zelda. Curse you, sages. Curse you, Link. Someday when this seal is broken, that is when I will exterminate your descendants. As long as the Triforce of Power is in my hand. Someone just realized it's Monday tomorrow. Did you also just realize that, Prodigious? Moody says, as I recall, this is the first instance of Zelda having actual powers. Then again, this is the first time she has this much personality and agency. Yeah, I mean, if you also count her actually being Sheik, like, technically the Triforce is on your hand, not in it. Well, I mean, the power is in the person. Anyway, yeah, it's in A Link to the Past, she has telepathic powers, which is, you know, also a lot of strength there. But yeah, she's not very featured that much again in that game, apart from the beginning, right? So anyway, let's move on. Thank you, Link. Thanks to you, Ganondorf has been sealed inside the evil realm. Thus, peace will once again reign in this world. For a time. All the tragedy that has befallen Hyrule was my doing. I was so young, I could not comprehend the consequences of trying to control the sacred realm. I dragged you into it too. Now it's time for me to make up for my mistakes. You must lay the Master Sword to rest and close the door of time. However, by doing this, the road between times will be closed. Link, give the Ocarina to me. As a sage, I can return you to your original time with it. This one? Oh, she ain't happy. When peace returns to Hyrule, it will be time for us to say goodbye. Now, go home, Link. Regain your lost time. Home, where you're supposed to be, the way you're supposed to be. Interesting that she plays that song there and not the Song of Time, but yeah. She's a sage, so who cares? Bye, Zelda. Thank you, Link. Yeah, we don't know how many months or weeks he was actually an adult. Back in time zone. We got Miyamoto, Koizumi, Koji Kondo, Aonuma is in there somewhere. There's all these now Kimori, who's also, I believe, an old Nintendo veteran. So many Morita, I think. No, wait, that's not different Morita, I think. It's not the same. Yeah. This game made the legends. There were already legends at this point, like some true legends. That's kind of crazy to think about. Thank you, Muni. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Blind Alice, Jaya got one. Annie got one. Bubon got one. Real high. Nice. But yeah. Always brings a tear to my eye. This credit sequence. It's very somber in the beginning, and then it just goes crazy later. Yeah, it's yeah. What a game! What a fucking game! I think I played it now over 30 times, which is even more insane to think about. 30 times, and I'm still not tired of it. Or more. Again, I lost count at this point. But this game is very important for this particular stream series because of the timeline split, which we will talk about a little later. But yeah, let's enjoy the party now. It's party time. Party time, party time, party time, party time. Not party time, party. Hot. What a hot beat. Exactly, Vincent. I like how Ingo and Talon are now friends now that Ganondorf's gone. Also, there's a there's a thief running around behind them, and yeah. And oh no, the poor windmill guy. Da da da. Malon is there, the carpenters, and yeah. Matt Mercer is there, the mask guy, the Cuckoo lady, the big Goron, well, Midi Goron and the big Goron, the Gerudo. Everyone's happy. There's peace. Yay! Peace has returned to Hyrule, but some people are missing. Some people. Mido missing Zarya. He lost the Deku Tree. Oh, that's a long time ago. There's King Sora, who lost his daughter to being a sage. And here they are, the sages, speaking of. How long will it last? Not that long, Senley. But more on that soon. For now, let's enjoy the peace and the party. And there they are. The sages. Are they alive? Are they dead? Are they simply doing their sacred duty? Even the theory crafters are not completely in agreement. Desire and the rest become sages. They are sages in the adult timeline. Also, the split has happened now, by the way. The split is in. The split! It is 100%, we can with 100% agreement say the split is in. Where are you going, Navi? Navi? Are you just looking at the sun? She's just looking at the sun, right? I think so, right? Link, why are you leaving? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god. Yeah. I love that shot. I fucking love it. And the bells of the Temple of Time. Oh. There's Master Sword in the pedestal. Oh my god. Everyone left him, even Navi. Yep. Wow. And their link goes to Warren. Yeah, he must have gone back in time to a point before he before Ganondorf took chase after Zelda. But yeah, here he warns her of of everything. Yeah, they don't know each other yet here at this point. So how that works in terms in sort of with all the whole time frame stuff is a little unsure, but he goes to warn her about Ganondorf's plan to take over the Sacred Realm when he opens. And they manage to stop it. But that's it for now. I've kind of forgot if you can't go past this part, but it doesn't. When did I save last? Oh, we'll see. All right. Next week this awaits. But that's not all for today. That was The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. What a game. I loved playing through it as I always do, but this time felt special because of all the things we rated, all the little things we tried to notice. Hi Lisa, welcome in. Hope you're having a nice evening. So now it's time to rate the. I'm gonna change to just chatting because we're kind of done playing the game. So let's rate the dungeon and then rate the game. I have how is everybody here? Are we ending? Yeah, kind. Well, I mean, not right now, but it's gonna be a very talk heavy segment where I'm gonna yeah, we're gonna do some dungeon ratings, and then we're gonna do some lore talk and stuff. So it's gonna be very Zelda lore heavy. So hopefully people are gonna enjoy that. So we're gonna start with Ganon's. I mean, we should call it Ganon's Tower, shouldn't we? because they keep calling it the tower when we're inside, but outside it's the castle. I think we're gonna call it tower. That's also more in line with what it's classically called in A Link to the Past and stuff. Ganon's Danon. Ganon's Danon. Yes. That's the title. Yeah, I think it says inside Ganon's castle actually, but everyone calls it Ganon's Tower. So this, I'm not going to go through all the aspects again because I did that earlier, but let's talk about this dungeon. It's a final dungeon, so that's going to be very much a thing here. It's going to affect very much how the dungeon is perceived because it won't have a dungeon item and it will be less themed maybe than some of the other ones. But we do have a final dungeon that was pretty cool with the one in Minish Cap. So let's see what Ganon's Tower has to offer here. Placement in game progression is the final dungeon. So that's how we're gonna take. That's what we're gonna take into consideration. It should be difficult. It should take all that you've learned and throw after you in the game. And maybe it's not as hard as it could have been, but maybe it's also because I've done it so many times that I know exactly what to do. So it's hard for me to actually gauge that fairly. So maybe I'll wait with that for the end, actually. Let's talk about the central mechanic. The central mechanic of the final dungeon is the fact that Ganon is he has these trials surrounding the temples. The reason they are there, I think, is because, as we're told, his evil resonates from the 5 temples of Hyrule, right? So I guess it makes sense that he has some kind of barrier that is connected. I don't know. I'm not even sure how I would see that, but yeah, I guess it makes sense that he has it like that the central mechanic is there like that. But the central mechanic is going through all these trials to lower the barrier. But it's not a strong central mechanic as, for instance, Water Temple or Forest Temple or all the other temples. So yeah, I think the central mechanic is okay. It's a little under. I mean, it's around middle, I guess. It's not really. It's not a bad. It's like some final dungeons don't even have a central mechanic, but this one does have one, which is kind of cool. But I don't think it's the most standout central mechanic in any way, shape, or form. The puzzle complexity is generally pretty manageable, I'd say. What rooms have puzzles? There's a puzzle in killing invisible enemies. There's a puzzle where you I'm actually just going to do something. There's a puzzle where you trying to think of the puzzles. There's the hardest ones are probably in the spirit one where you have to figure out how to, if you don't have the fire arrow, at least how do you burn the web. But it's not a hard puzzle once you get that. If you understand how that works, then it's not a hard puzzle. So maybe it's more of execution requirement dungeon again. The puzzle complexity isn't really that high. Thanks for the follow, Jaya. So nice of you to join the Ascended. So is there a puzzle that's actually a puzzle? I mean, there's the sliding block puzzle, but it's not really that hard. Most of it is execution requirement stuff. So yeah. Anyway, low puzzle complexity. Then there's execution requirement, which I think is pretty high here. It really brings you through the ringer. The Silver Rupee room in the Spirit Trial, where you have to run around behind you have to move stuff so you don't get hit by spiky boys and all these things. I think it's up there. There's the whole room in the Shadow Temple where you have to navigate, going through, using the hookshot to go over things, and using the invisible ice platforms, and the light segment has some timed stuff. There's some trickery at the end. That's a puzzle. Nah, I wouldn't call it a puzzle. It's just a trap. It's just a little trolley trap, I'd say. So, then the fire trial is probably one of the harder ones, especially if you don't have, if you don't use the hover boots. You have them, of course, but if you don't use them, then that one is actually a lot. That you can spend a lot of tries on that one if you don't know what you're doing. The forest one is also kind of tricky with the wind turbines and the hover boots and stuff. Use hover boots a lot in this. You can at least use hover boots a lot in this one. But so I think execution requirement is pretty high, especially in some of the trials. The pacing, I think, for someone who, if you don't know what to do and if you get stuck, of course the pacing will be off. But I honestly think the pacing is too quick. I think it needs to be longer. Maybe each trial should have been longer. I feel like it's over too quick in the bottom part of the tower. I also think the run up towards Ganondorf is too easy. Sure, there are Stalfos and Lysselfos and Iron Knuckles, but I kind of feel like they should have extrapolated it more to be even longer, even taller, and have even higher challenges, and maybe then put in an elevator or something. I don't know, but for a final dungeon, when you compare it to some of the other games, is even Minish Cap, I think it's too short. Is a Danish Lysselfos a Danfoss? Yes, definitely. Yeah, you got a sub and it's awesome. Muni has been once again very generous. Very generous. I think it's the second time in 2 weeks or something that we're. Anyway, who's counting, right? Who's counting? The Twitch is. Anyway, the level design, I think, makes up for the pacing a little bit. I think the level design is like, when you look at it from the outside, you have the round under, sort of the under castle, and then you have the big tower, and that lines up perfectly with, I mean, sure, it's maybe a little smaller, but it lines up structurally perfectly with what you see outside and when you go in. So that's pretty cool. I do think the trials, even if they are short, I do think they are some interesting. Like, they just go out in wings, right? Each of them in like tubes almost. And I think it's a strong design. It's not perfect, but it's over middle in my opinion. The dungeon theme, it's definitely evil final dungeon theme. I've always thought that this place was extremely intimidating from the outside. A floating castle with a big ass dust cloud over it, or like a smoke cloud, fire, lava underneath it. You need a freaking rainbow bridge or rainbow road to get in there. Na 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 na. I think that's really strong. And it's only a mini dungeon. I wouldn't call it that, since it is the final dungeon. Normally, yes, I might have categorized it as a mini dungeon, but I do. It doesn't have a map and a compass, but it does have a final boss. So, it's a special case. it also detects an item, but that's the same. That's the same with Dark Hyrule Castle in Minish Cap. It doesn't have those things. Wait, oh, does it? No, I don't think it does. Or does it? I don't remember. I don't actually remember if it has a map, but it might. It might have one, but it's final dungeons are a special case. But yeah, the dungeon theme pretty evil, pretty strong. Again, the central mechanic and the theme are very intrinsically connected with the trials and stuff. But I also think going up into the tower, this sort of cathedral church-like feel to his tower is really cool. The Golden Gloves is technically a dungeon item. Yeah. You just called the case for it. Yeah. It actually has a dungeon item. You're right, Stanley. Thank you for reminding me on that. But that makes it even more of a dungeon. So, yeah. But yeah, dungeon theme pretty strong, I'd say, especially when you go up. And then the music and vibe in the lower ground, the atmosphere is just, dark and brooding and intimidating. It's not really a catchy place to be or anything like that, but so that's not the strongest. But then you go into the tower and you hear the organ music being louder and louder and louder. It's so good. Such a good moment. But again, you kind of want it to last longer, right? You want it to last even longer than it does. The first time when I went up that tower, I felt like it lasted an eternity. It's the weakest, if you know what you do. Dungeon or the item. So yeah, dungeon theme, music vibe pretty strong. The dungeon item, let's call it that, the golden gauntlets is like the silver gauntlets, a kind of boring strength upgrade. Yeah, it's a cool animation that you can throw big rocks. It looks amazing. I never get tired of watching that. But mechanically, it's just not that interesting. So pretty weak dungeon item. But then there's the boss. And like the hook shot. You mean the long shot? When it upgrades, or but anyway, the boss. Let's talk about the boss. He has two faces. You have Ganondorf, the dark wizard, floating, sending projectiles against you that you need to play tennis with. You need to do a tennis match with him and then shoot him with the light arrows and wail on him. That is such an epic fight in this church-like mosaic window. Well, it's not called that. It's called a stained glass window arena. It's such an epic fight, and it feels good. And it even has the threat of if you don't hit back the things and you get hit, or if you miss your light arrows, you have a big sort of problem if you do it too many times. So there is the sense of threat that is not really present as much in the other boss fights. Mosaic glass in Danish, I think it is. I think it's called a stained glass window in English. Someone, maybe Mooney can check it. Please Ganondorf from Mario Tennis FIFA DLC character. Yeah. That would be amazing. He would fit right in. Then you go on. You beat him. You go down the collapsing tower for the final battle against him, his final form, Ganon. And I can't describe how much I like this fight. It is a fight of pure combat skill. It you can use any item you have gained almost in the entire game. The atmosphere, the darkness, the thunder and lightning, whatever is there. I think there's and there's the fire around you, and his darkened figure with the glowing eyes, and then sometimes he gets lit up by flashes of light. It is, yeah, it's cool. And Jai likes how Zelda is technically involved in the fight. Yeah. I think that's done better, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah, yeah, that's a point. Also, yeah, just this fight, the fact that you lose the Master Sword and have to fight him with anything you got to begin with is such a like game changer where you're like, holy crap, what am I doing? You know, what am I gonna do? It's just such a cool skill-based fight where you have to use everything. You have to throw everything at him, but also hit him in the right ways. And then you finally get your sword back, the Master Sword. Of course, if you have the big drawn sword, that fight is a lot easier. But it's not, as you said, as you saw, I couldn't one-shot him or anything like that either. So yeah, but yeah, the Ganondorf fight, the final blow, everything about it is just the fact that Zelda, as Jai says, has to come in and use the light to weaken him so you can do the final blow and all these things. It's just epic, as epic should be in a way. It's not necessarily the hardest fight. It's not like on par with any boss fights in a Souls-like game or anything like that. It's not hard per se. It's one of the hardest fights, the last phase especially. But the whole fight, both the Ganondorf and the Ganon phase, they are not necessarily that hard. They just feel great to do. It's a highlight of the game. And that's how final bosses should be. Final bosses should be a highlight that you don't forget, that you remember. If you remember the first time you fought this motherfucker, the every time you go in there, you're like, yeah, I remember you. I remember how you fucked me up the first time, but I'm here to kick your ass this time. You know, I don't have a lot of final fights necessarily that do that. It's not in action games necessarily. I think, for instance, the Elden Ring main game final boss, the Elden Beast, is not the best. It's not as epic in a way as this fight, even though it's bigger, but it's just not as memorable as this fight. It's just an example. But Final Fantasy games have great last boss fights a lot of the time, and I think this Ganon boss fight is on par with something like that. It is something you remember. It is a great experience. So highest, absolutely highest. But this is one of the best boss fights in the game, and I think we will see as well that this is one of the best boss fights in the series. Is my take on it. Together with Twin Rova, this will be one. This is one for the ages. This boss fight. I do think some of the 2D Zelda final bosses will be harder for me though, so that's gonna be interesting. Overall, I think when we talk about placement and game progression as a final dungeon, I think it lacks some pacing. I think it lacks some puzzle complexity. I think it's a little short, honestly, but as like the atmosphere around it, the lead up to the final fight, the vibes in there and stuff like that. It even has some mediocre center mechanic, which not every final has. With all that taken into consideration, I think I will put this dungeon, and I'm gonna say this. I think the boss fight here does some very heavy lifting. It is a boon to this dungeon that it has a boss fight at the end of it. It's a boon to it. I'm gonna bump it up. I was gonna give it a 6 out of 10, but because of the boss fight being so strong, I'm going to bump it up to a 7 out of 10 for the boss fight. That boss fight really carries this dungeon. No, I don't know. You know what? No. Is it a 6? I can't agree with myself if it's a 6 because I think there are better final dungeons as well. It's so hard. Again, if I was just rating the boss fight, it would be a 10 out of 10. But the whole dungeon. Mm, oh, that's really hard. It's also such an iconic final dungeon, though. Like the iconicness, the epicness. Let's not talk. Like if I see it, when I saw Mintuk go through it on Friday for the very first time, I saw how he really liked having to do everything he'd learned in the whole game to get through it, right? So when I think of that as well, you know what? I'm gonna stick to my guns. It's gonna be a 7. It's gonna be a 7 out of 10. It's better than Deco Tree. Of course, it's better than Deco Tree. What am I thinking? Yeah. Boom. There it is. It's definitely as good as the Dongus Cavern. Fire Temple might have the edge here. I think Fire Temple is a little better, but not enough that it shows up in the ratings. Yeah. So I am going to write in the final. Mooney did it for me. With that, the final dungeon verdict for The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is 7.7 out of 10. 7.7 out of 10. Okay. So if we compare that to Skyward Sword, which was the previous record holder, the dungeon verdict for that game was 7.5 out of 10. So this one is 0.2 better than than Skyward Sword. Interestingly enough. So yeah, that's wild. So Ocarina of Time is now the current record holder for the best dungeon verdict. But it also is the current game with the most dungeons. So I think this score is probably a little more fair than it was to, for instance, I think Minish Cap wins a lot on being so short that it has such a small amount of dungeons. And when a lot of them are so good, that means it gets a higher score like that. I think Minish Cap is at 7.1. Yeah, now Muni is wanting to see the game score. Ooh. Okay. Well, ask and you shall receive, Muni. Ask and you shall receive. This is the hard part, because this is the thing I haven't necessarily thought about all the whole playthrough, right? All right. Okay, here we go. So, game evaluation, Ocarina of Time. What aspects do we rate? We rate, first of all, art. Art is both graphics, so graphic fidelity and art style, both considered. Graphic fidelity needs to be probably held up to the standards of when the game was released. But art style is always king in my book. So that's why it's called art and not graphics, because art is, especially in the Zelda series, art is very essential. Story is how good was the story in the game that the game told. Was it nuanced? Was it simple? Was it short? Was it long? All these things. Characters. Yeah, as I said, graphical fidelity will have to be compared to when the game was released. Jaya says for the art of the Rainbow Bridge. Yeah, it's amazing. Characters, how well rounded are the characters? Are they forgettable? Are they memorable? Do they? I guess story and characters both is like. Is the story told? How is the story told? Characters, how is the dialogue and stuff like that? Music, how good is the music? Is it memorable? Is it catchy? Is it annoying? Is it atmospheric? Is it forgettable? All these things. The world is that pertains to both the world build, world design, but also the structure. Like how is the world structured and how does the world feel? It's like a lot of things about how the world design is expressed in the game. Puzzles is, of course, what is the general puzzle feel of the game? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it too hard? Is it too easy? Same with combat. How does the combat system feel? Is it simple? Is it complex? Is it too complex? Is it too simple? These things. Enemies is what? How is the enemy design? Is it varied? Is it are there too little amounts of enemies, or how fun are the enemies to fight? Yeah, all these things. Okay, that was fun. That's weird. Items is the dungeon items. The items that you, well, not only, it's also the items you get outside of dungeons. So it's like the items you get in the whole game, and how are they balanced? How fun are they? How boring? All these things. Of course, there's pacing. How well is the game paced? Is it a long slog? Is it too short, or is it just right? To the point that you almost feel it's too short because you want more. But yeah. Then, of course, there's dungeons, and we have our dungeon score. All of these will be put together, and we get the final score of the game. I will, before this, tell you what Skyward Sword and Minish Cap got in its game scoring. The game verdict for the Minish Cap was 6.7 out of 10. No, wait, for Skyward Sword. Not Minish Cap. Skyward Sword was 6.7 out of 10. Minish Cap was a 6.3 out of 10. So until now, we have been under 7 in this journey. Of course, all Zelda games are 10 out of 10. You know how that works. But anyway, I'm kidding, of course. Let's go. The art. Ocarina of Time has an art style and a graphics style that is defined by its time, defined by the hardware it was released on. It is pointy. It is a mix of 3D and 2D elements. It is old school 3D. It is the first generation of 3D. So of course there will be janky stuff. There will be things that will look dated. But when you think about when the game came out, I still will say that the game has a very specific art style. It's sort of meant to emulate the concept art that was made for the game, which was this kind of 90s anime style, very like action adventure anime style. Not very, I wouldn't say it's very Ghibli. It's more Ghost in the Shell, and no, maybe not Ghost. That's maybe not a good example, but I can't come up with a good Evangelion. I don't know. Some of the big '90s anime, it's kind of that style that it's going for, but in a fantasy setting. And I think they're trying to emulate that, but the result is a very, very dark and very weird looking style, but not in a bad way. It's just that it's very cartoony when it's bright and wonderful and everything is good or whatever, and it's very high fantasy with the way when you run across the green fields of Hyrule and you see the castle in the horizon and stuff like that. But when the sun goes down and the night comes out, the game becomes dark, very dark. Also brightness wise, but like it was even darker on a CRT TV. But when the game gets creepy or eerie or weird, the art style makes it look stranger and more creepy than it might have looked in the brightness or whatever. I think it's an art style that underlines the darkness in the game very well. It's like when the game tries to be creepy, it succeeds with being creepy. Also with some of the character design. Some of the characters are absolutely weird, strange, but I think it works in that art style. Something we will also see in the next game. So I think it hits a very unique 3D Zelda look that I don't think any Zelda game has come close to looking like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask since, pretty much. Even Twilight Princess, which tried to be a little bit, there's some very specific things about Twilight Princess that makes it look very distinct from Ocarina of Time. The characters, as I said, Link has a long nose, all these things, but I mean, Mantis is shitless with his polygons because of art design, the dead hands and the redeads. Yeah, just texture balance and stuff. Yeah, Jaya says, I don't know what part this fits into, but I like how the dialogue has to be read by the player. Maybe that's probably story. So you mean there's no voice acting, Jaya? But yeah, art style, I think it's a very strong art style, and I think it's very unique, and definitely nostalgia is hitting here, but it's definitely a very, it's probably not, I think there are other games with maybe, yeah, it's an, is it an 8 or a 9? It's not a 10. It's not a 10, I think. Because I think there are better art styles that are stronger in a way. But what did I give? Not that I need to necessarily see that, but what did I gave Skyward Sword an 8, but I think this is stronger than Skyward Sword. I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10. It has a very cool identity, this art style, that also is an expression of its time. And also, when you think about how this game looked when it came out, this was insane. So, the story. Let's talk about the story. Kind of like how Mario 64 got a unique identity. Yeah, exactly. That doesn't look like a lot of other Mario games either. Story, I think, is very, very strong. This is a classic hero's journey. I have actually written, I included Ocarina of Time in my bachelor's project when I wrote a thesis, not a thesis, it was a bachelor's project on a hero with 1,000 faces, the hero's journey. And I included Ocarina of Time because Ocarina of Time is a classic, hero's journey tale, right? So in that way, it's it doesn't really deviate much from the classic epics in the way with how it's told, what Link goes through, but I do like some of the twists, like how, you know, Sheik is Zelda, and how how the land changes when Link is gone. Like in those 7 years, how the environmental storytelling is also a thing here. Like, you're telling a story of a world that changes for the worse over 7 years. You learn how the world works as a kid, and you think it's a great world, albeit there are some darker elements underneath. And then you're taken to the dark future, and everything is fucked up, So it's kind of dystopian, and not dystopian, apocalyptic in that sense. Of course, it all ends with a happy ending and all those things, but it has this. It has the dark undertone because Link goes through this, but he doesn't get a happy ending. Link gets returned to a time, like he's a child. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Link grows up in a forest, where he thinks he's one of the Kokiri. He thinks he's like the others, but there's something not quite right with him. He doesn't get a fairy until he's 10 and gets summoned to the Deku Tree. He finds out later he's actually not a Kokiri, he's a Hylian. He needs to leave the forest, right? He finds out he's Hylian later on, but just to sort of recap, like, he gets thrown out basically of what he thinks is his life and world. And he gets thrown into this epic hero's journey, but at the end of the journey, Link has become a man without, like, he skipped 7 years of his life and has sort of been, the burden of adulthood has been thrust upon him. And he is literally still just a child in his mind, right? He's a child in a man's body. He's a boy in a man's body, and he then at the end he meets all these people. He loses all these people because they become sages or they die or all these things. And then once he completes that journey and gets thrown back in time, he knows everything. He still knows everything, but he can't tell anyone because, time travel and all these things, right? So he ends up being alone. And that's where I think the story really takes this darker turn when you think about it. Of course, it's not necessarily in the game, but I think it's really interesting to have in the back of your mind when you think about how he doesn't get his happy ending. That was my whole point. It was a whole circle around, right? But the whole point is he doesn't get his happy ending. And that's fucking sad, and that he becomes this outcast in a world that he saved. He was a hero. He saved the world, but not in his own time. In his own time, he prevented it from happening, but no one knows his feats of honor and strength. He's the unknown hero. And this is something I want you guys, again, the reason I'm also going so hard into this is because we may talk a little bit more about it soon, but remember this feeling of Link being out of time and out of place. Remember that feeling for the next 2 games we're going to play. That's very important. The story itself, of course, is very straightforward. Link gets the 3 items. He lets Ganondorf into the sacred realm. He is there himself for 7 years. He becomes adult. He runs around trying to save the world 7 years later. He meets all these people, and then eventually he takes the fight to Ganon after doing the tasks that he is the Herculean, not Herculean, Herculean tasks. Hercules. He's doing all these tasks before he can go and beat the final boss. But so in a way, the story is very simple. It's the little nuances that surround it that I think makes it great, and it's the twist, for instance, that Zelda had to hide as a boy, a Sheikah boy, for 7 years, and also even she couldn't even tell Link that she was that person, which leads us straight into the characters. I think the characters carry this story more than the story itself. The story is very simple, but the characters are so strong in this, I think. You meet these great people, Saria, who is your childhood friend, but who knows you're going to have to leave the forest someday. You lose her friend. You have Mito, but I mean, Mito being annoying or whatever is not, it doesn't make him a bad character. It makes him strong, you know, because he's meant to annoy you. So yeah, I know. I was just extrapolating on the point. That's what you get for mentioning it. So yeah, so you have Ruto, who becomes this innocent childhood fiance, but when it comes down to it in the future, she needs to do her duty as the Sora princess and as the Sage of Water. And she has to give up her love for Link, and that's also really sad, right? But she does it. You have Naburu, who's kind of a bit of a joker in a way, that not joker, but like she's this, she's this cool thief that also gets dragged into this whole manipulation plot by the witches. And you have Zelda growing up as a character. You have, yeah. I think there's many great characters. There's also a lot of characters that you don't really remember. Of course, a lot of the townsfolk are just there. They have their weird way of talking, and then that's it. But I think the characters that matter to Link and matter in the story, I think, are really good. Oh, I forgot to give the story a score, didn't I? Malon is a great character too, yeah. But she's not. She's very optional in many ways, sadly. But that does make her less of a good character. I forgot to give the story a score. I think the story is another 9 out of 10 the way it is. It's simple, so that's not giving it highest marks, but the theme surrounding the story of how Link, if you think a little bit more into the layers of the story, I think that really elevates it in so many ways. So Jaya says the sacrifice of the sages, which put their strength into Link through the medallion, so they all technically helped defeat Ganon. Yeah, he gotta get help from his friends. The characters are really strong, but I still think when you compare it to Skyward Sword, I still think those characters are more rounded and more. They go through more of a. Yeah, they go through more of a transformation in that game. And I think, didn't I give them 10 out of 10 in that game? So, I'm gonna go with, for now, I might change it, but for now, I'm gonna go with an 8 out of 10 for the characters. The music. Now, a thing that we have not talked enough about in this playthrough, even though I keep singing along to the songs all the time, and I know the songs by heart, the Ocarina mechanic and how central it is to this game and how central music is to this game. You have a freaking bar thing where you play music on with musical notes and musical symbols and things like that. It's if that's not enough to tell you that music is important to this game, then I don't know. But apart from that, for music being so integrated in the game and being a mechanic in the game even, where you have to have these songs that are basically broken down into 3 notes that are repeated. A lot of the songs are like 3 notes being repeated twice, and then you have a whole theme after it, like da 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 da. That's the London Ranch theme, or Epona's song. The fact that this music is still so good, despite it being broken down like that, is so cool. You have Zelda's Lullaby, which is it already existed before this game, right? So that was made into a song. Sun Song, da 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 da. That's the intro to the Hyrule Field theme. You have the Song of Storms, which is a banger. You have Song of Time. And then, of course, they're like, screw those 3-note repeatable things. Now it's going to get hard. We're going to have the warp songs, which are also really cool. They are different genres of classical music. There's a minuet, there's a requiem, there's a sonata, there's a... No, wait, there's not a sonata, is there? No, I think there's a sonata. No, that's not in this game. It's in another game. Anyway, what's it called? Serenade. It's not a sonata. It's a serenade. And there's a bolero, which is not a classical. It's actually not a classical genre, but I think. But yeah. No, wait, it is. No, never mind. It is a classical genre. Bolero. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. I was thinking bossa nova. That's something completely different. Bolero. Yeah. Prince. I could hear. The moment I said that, I was like, I almost heard Princess start writing on the keyboard. I was like, oh shit. I don't know if that was the case, but I could almost feel it. But the themes are so iconic. The themes are so memorable. They're stuck in my head, and there's so many dungeon themes. This is not something that's always strong in the Zelda games, but in this game, the dungeon themes are really strong. So you just kicked in like a maniac. Okay. But the music for me in this game is, especially because the Ocarina is so integrated, a clear 10 out of 10. So yeah. The world design, iconic world design, this sets the tone. I mean, yes and no. Okay, so let's give credit where credit is due. We haven't played this game yet, but A Link to the Past sets the tone for Hyrule. A Link to the Past defines, in my opinion, how Hyrule is supposed to be laid out. But I think Ocarina of Time is almost just as iconic. It kind of changes the castle position a little bit compared to A Link to the Past. But yeah, you have Death Mountain, you have the castle, you have the Hyrule Fields in the middle with London Ranch, you have Lake Hylia, the desert to the west, and all these things, the forest in the southeast. I really think that this world, it's very small. Let's be honest, it's a very small world, but that's a limitation of the time. When this game came out, this world was massive for its time, and it feels so well connected. Everything feels like a place. Everything feels like it's supposed to be there. Each area in the world feels alive. Kakariko Village. Okay, the graveyard doesn't feel alive. It feels dead, but it's supposed to feel dead. Death Mountain has rolling boulders and rolling Gorons and dinosaurs in the caves, and yeah. The forest has the lost woods where you can get lost and you can become a Stalfos if you're not careful. I just think this is when the Zelda world got so much life, and when they really started to extrapolate the cultures, and I really think they nailed it quite well there, especially with some races being here for the first time, the Gorons and the Zoras. Yeah, all these things. Hyrule is unfortunately the least inspired area in the game. It has the ranch, access to the other areas, but that's about it. Such a shame. It's a hub area. So also again a limitation of its time. I'm pretty sure. Imagine a remake where that is fixed would be anyway. That's not the remake we're rating here. I think the world is great. It is a victim of its time when it came out, making it hard to replay over and over again, because that part becomes very familiar. But it also makes it, the familiarity makes it feel like home in a way. And I think that's what I think that's what makes it strong as well, in a way. So it's a strong world, but it's not necessarily the strongest. So I will say that the world design gets a 8 out of 10. That's a 9. I wrote 9. 8 meant 8. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly over puzzles and combat because I've been gushing a lot. I need to go a little quicker now. Puzzles, I think, are some very iconic. They really set the tone for the rest of the 3D games. It may not be the most complicated puzzles, but I think they are iconic puzzles. And it's also the first time they do 3D puzzles. And I think the fact that it takes time, but I also have, my voice has limited time though, Moni, so well, maybe I should drink something. Minto says, I really want to stay and hear this. I'm still under the weather and need to be ready for tomorrow. It's honestly been such a joy following your playthrough. At the same time as doing mine, the love you have for this game is something else, and it's genuinely really beautiful to watch. Having your childhood friend here as your squire in chat just makes it even more special. Thanks for another great stream. Oh my god, you're making me tear up, Mintuk. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm glad. This is what I want. This is why I'm doing this, you know. So yeah. Anyway, oh my god, that hit me. So yeah, one sec. Let me just drink water. Also, sleep well, Mintuk. Sleep well. Right. Okay. I think I have recovered from my emotions. Let's see. I was talking about puzzles, but anyway, thank you, Mintuk. Such great words, and yeah, have a great night's sleep. I hope you can get like a great night's sleep anyway. Puzzles. As I said, this sets the tone for all 3D Zelda games going forward. It might not be the most complicated, but I think it's iconic puzzles. It's fun puzzles. You have a whole water temple that is one of the craziest dungeons the game series has ever had. And just for that, I think we need to reward it, right? Yeah, puzzles. I wouldn't say 10 out of 10 necessarily, because I do think some. No, I do think that the puzzles become better in some later games. Also, what did I give Skyward Sword? That was pretty low, actually. Wow. Let's see. I'm gonna. No. I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10. I can't. Oh my. We have only given one 10 out of 10 so far. I'm just gonna say. Yeah, it was lower than I imagined. I didn't say it was generally low. It was lower than yeah, it was lower than I remembered. Not imagined. It was lower than I remembered. I thought I had put it higher, but I think that was because of the combat is puzzles. But once you figure it out, you figure out it all. Anyway, this is a game score. Then 6 is unplayable garbage. Exactly. And so far, we are in the between 6 and 7 on the games, right? So the combat, I love this combat system. It's simple, but it has a lot of depth. It feels satisfying, and once you master it, you feel like a badass, even though you can still get your ass kicked. But you feel like a badass getting your ass kicked. So um, I think the combat in this is what Zelda games should aspire to be. I feel like some games later on lose some of that combat identity that I think Ocarina have had. Just think of the 10 scale as a 5 scale starting from 6. Yeah, it's pretty much how it is. In the game reviewing, anyway. Just good fun. Feels so cool to quickly step around and swing yours. Yeah, it's just, yeah. This combat is just really, really, really good. But I do think there is one game that does it better, which will hopefully I'll think that way. But is this a 10 out of 10 combat? Because I mean, you can use a lot of combat, but a lot of the time you don't have to. A lot of the time you just have to go and stab stuff at the right time. But the fact that you can do it can go like into a deeper layer of the combat, I think is great. But I also think it's a good thing that the game is technically beatable with bare minimum, but the fact that you can master the combat system to a point where everything becomes so much easier is also a strength. Because the controls are so intricate for a game of its time, right? You got the whole combat with the set targeting. But again, the set targeting can be a little iffy sometimes, even if it's a game for its time. I think because of the targeting being like it is and becoming so much better later, I think I'm going to put combat at a 9 out of 10. Enemies. This game has some great enemies. It has a great enemy variety. It has so many enemies. It has Deku Scrubs. It has Octoroks. It has keys. It has likes. It has moblins, even though they aren't really featured that much. It has flying plants that shoot mini plants after you. It has wolves, Stelfus, Listlefus, damn oysters, spike balls. But it also has iron knuckles. It also has amazing bosses. So I think this might be my favorite enemy composition in a Zelda game. I don't think it becomes repetitive. Even and yeah, there are annoying enemies like the oysters or the keys, but just because they're annoying doesn't mean they're bad. It means that they do their goddamn job. It's necessary frustration, as Peter calls it. Haps oysters. Nom nom. So 10 out of 10 on the enemies. The items, I think, are great, but not necessarily the best in the game. The hookshot is, of course, a standout item. It is the most overpowered item in the game as well, but it has so many uses, and I think that's what makes it great. But it also has boring items like 3 strength upgrades, a hammer, a lot of a whole magic arrow that you barely use for the whole game. I know it's optional, but you get it so it can late as well. It's you have you have a lot of things that are very regular and aren't that interesting per se, where I think later games have more interesting items. But the bare minimum of like the level of greatness that each item has even though it's simple, it's just great. Also, it introduces the boots, the hover boots, the iron boots. They may not be the best implemented items, especially not in the N64 version where you have to go in and out of the menu all the time. But the actual use of the items, I think, is really interesting. So I agree there, Jaya, that the boots are cool, even if they can be a bit annoying. Also, I mean, I don't like sliding around, but I do like gliding in the air, right? So, but I don't think it's a 10 out of 10 on the items. I do think it's a strong. I do think the items are strong, but I think I'm gonna put it at a 7 out of 10, where the hook shot is carrying the hook shot, and the boots might be carrying the uniqueness. There's also a lot of magics that they are cool in concept, but you never really use them, right? Bombs are great. Bomb chews are great. But yeah, it's very simplistic design for a lot of it, but it's also a very solid design, which is why I'm like 7 out of 10 for items is pretty good. But it's not necessarily the most standout items. I think there are 2D and 3D games that do better items overall. So the pacing of the game, I think, is perfect. I feel like a broken record at this point, but I think this is the pacing that I want. The regular, like the mediocre game should have at least a pacing like this, because this pacing is just right. I mean, it might be a little short for people that know the game. But I mean, I've seen a new player play this game, and it was not a 7 to 10 hour game. It was a 20 plus hour game, right? So I mean, it's how much time has Mentuk spent? He has spent. I mean, he also streams, right? But he has definitely spent more than 20, maybe even 30 hours. So it's fair. Isn't too much stuff between dungeons, and no dungeon overstays. Can be too short, but that's it. Yeah, the pacing of the first 3 dungeons, I feel like, is a little like they're very kind of short, but also what happens between those dungeons, I think, is good. It's a good length because you get to know each area you go to. I kind of almost wish there was a child segment where you go to Gerudo Desert for a little side quest, or not a side quest, but a little task. So you meet Naburu as a kid or something like that, even before you meet her in the temple. I don't know, something like that. But I mean, that would have been even that wouldn't have made the game too long if they put in an extra segment like that. But I also don't think the game feels like it needs that extra segment. Like, you could do it, but you don't need to do it. And I think what you do between stuff is pretty good. I do think it's best between forest, fire, water. I think shadow is very quick, but then again, no, wait, it's not, because you gotta go back as a child to the bottom of the well. Okay, no. Pacing is just 10 out of 10. Oh god, no. Okay, let's see. Art 9, story 9, characters 8, music 10, world 8, 9, puzzles 9, combat 9, enemies 10, items 7, pacing 10. Oh my god, what on the white knight. All right, let's put it in. Oh no. No, this is perfect. Okay, the final score of Ocarina of Time is 8.7 out of 10. 8.7 out of 10. That's crazy. Not a 10 out of 10. No, not when you calculate. Not when you calculate it, but this is by all, like, from all the 3 games we've played so far, this is the high score with, it is almost, let me see, what was Skyward Sword at? It is 2 whole points higher than Skyward Sword. Oh my god. This is wild. This is wild. Yeah, okay. That's interesting. But this is why we're doing this, right? We're doing this to challenge myself, but also to see how I actually rate each and every game. Because there are games I am very strict or very hard on. For instance, I'm very hard on Wind Waker. But when we break it down like this, a game like Wind Waker could win in some aspect, right? But yeah, this game is just a solid game, and I just, yeah. Some of the scores have extra love in them. Let's say maybe a few of the scores are a little higher, maybe 1 point higher than what is realistically, to be expected. Or I mean, but I still think I'm very happy with that final score. It looks very right to me. I think my biggest problem here is when I rate these games is the 0.7. It's always the dungeons that give me the decimal score. So I should probably be better at going like, okay, art style can be 8.5 or characters can be 8.7. But I think it's very hard to go into those decimals when I just rate it going through it like this. I think I would have to be more. I would have to be more, have a more detailed way of going through things, right? But yeah, technically, each of those aspects, like the dungeons, should have their own breakdowns. Like art should have some breakdowns, and story should have some breakdowns, so you can, calculate more scores together and stuff. But it is what it is, and for now, I'm satisfied with how the scoring works. We are almost done, but I will go on a little longer to talk about the timeline split. Unless I should save that for next weekend, but I don't know. Well, first of all, let's change this, because right now, let me remove this again. This is the progression of the games, right? We have now completed the creation time segment of the timeline. Fair enough, money. Let's change this by doing this. Yeah, there you go. So Ocarina of Time is done. Next is the child timeline. So I'm gonna press this. Uh-oh. That didn't work. Well, there we go. I'll explain all that in a second. I'm just gonna set this up so it all looks fine. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so let's go through it now, and we can go through it again maybe on. So this is going to be like a practice, real quick practice thing where we sort of collect up on the things that, because it's so, it just happened, so it's kind of fresh in mind, right? Ocarina of Time is a game where the timeline splits into three. The child timeline, which we're going into now, is okay. No, okay. So the splits happen like this. When Zelda sends Link back in time at the end of the game, she effectively removes him from what is known as the adult timeline. So adult timeline is the world that has been saved in the future from Ganon. That world goes on in its own timeline where they are recovering from that. But Link is removed from this timeline. That'll be very important for when we get to Wind Waker. So he's removed from this timeline and is sent back to the child timeline where he warns Zelda so that they can apprehend Ganondorf before he does what he's supposed to do, the bad stuff. And Link sort of comes back to a world where he's not a Kokiri, he's not a knight of the castle, he doesn't live anywhere, he's basically homeless, and also his fairy Navi has left him, so his only friend that he had left is gone, and he wants to find her. So he sets out on a journey to do so, which is where Majora's Mask begins. So those two make sense, right? Link is removed from the adult timeline, which goes on without him. The child timeline is after Link comes back. But the world has never been in danger at this point from Ganondorf, because he has been apprehended before he can even get to that point. What is the Fallen Hero timeline then? And this, bear in mind, this is the official timeline. So what is the Fallen Hero timeline? Where does it take place? It is basically based on a what if scenario. If Link fails against Ganon, specifically fails against Ganon in the final battle and dies after Ganon has transformed, then the Fallen Hero timeline happens. And the reason why I don't think I'm gonna go more into this now is because I need to read up on some things, because I don't actually have all the lore bits about what happens between Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past in order. But again, we're not playing A Link to the Past anytime soon anyway, but I need to get that under control. And I need to get that sort of in my mind before we can do this properly. But basically, the reason it's important that Ganon has transformed is because Ganon will stay in a state like that. He will stay in his transformed state throughout those games. So that's why it's so important, because in the other games, it's important that he hasn't transformed. Or has transformed back, so to speak. Muni says, we can go a bit into why it's important. It is touched upon in Skyward Sword when demise entwines Link, Zelda, and himself from Ganondorf with his curse. It eats the three, so when Link is removed from this trinity, something goes wrong, and that is the adult timeline. Yes and no. There's a very specific reason why it's important. But I guess you could say that there is an unbalance, yes. But that balance can return, which will also be clear later on. So, but there's a very practical reason why things go the way they go and why it works the way it works. So, but yeah, what we're going to go into from next weekend is Majora's Mask, which doesn't necessarily continue the story of the timeline, but it does continue the story of the Link that we now know from Ocarina of Time. He is the broken, scarred child who was a man for a few months or whatever. Goes on a personal journey to find his friend that was lost to him, and then he goes through some stuff. And that is important for the game after that Twilight Princess as well. So that's why Majora's Mask might not be important for the timeline, but it's very important for that Link, who is then important for. So in a way, it's important, but it like Minish Cap, it will feel a little bit like a side quest in a way, but that's okay because we just did a big game, so doing a little side quest is gonna be fine. So Jaya says Majora's Mask is my all-time favorite game. Nice, that's a cool game. Jamie says I need to read the Hyrule history book. Yes, Hyrule Historia is a great read. Also from a 2D Zelda perspective. So Majora's Mask, enjoy when he says, and Jaya, we're looking forward to see your thoughts and Icarus' opinions on Majora's Mask. Me too. I'm looking forward to seeing my own opinions on Majora's Mask. Period. But yeah, so that's how the timeline split works. Link gets removed from the adult timeline, which will be very important for the events of Wind Waker and how they go. But also, and I can say this, the Ganondorf that you have seen now in Ocarina of Time will be the same character in the child and adult timelines. To a degree in the Fallen Hero as well, but that one is a little bit more complicated. But we'll get through that when we get there. Again, I need to read up on A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time a little bit more again, and how everything works together there. But because I thought I had it, but now I'm totally in doubt. So yeah, I don't know. Mooney says, I know it can be hard on Majora's Mask, but it came into my life at an odd point. Yeah. Real High says, keep my copy of HH. Oh, Hyrule Historia for the artwork. The timeline doesn't make a whole lot of sense. No disrespect to the streamer intended. No, I mean, it doesn't always make sense. And I don't take offense because I am using the one provided by Nintendo because it feels sometimes a lot more like an afterthought, but when you see those points where it connects, it feels really cool. And that's also why I'm a big fan of Celtic and all the other Zelda tubers, because they really see this whole overview and try to connect things, and it doesn't always work out. There are a lot of holes, but I also think that's the beauty of it. I think that's why you can have such a dedicated fan base that is so dedicated to Zelda lore and things, because things are not pointed out specifically. There are holes, some might also be glaring, but that's what makes it fun. Also, there's the whole aspect of these games are meant to be told as legends. They are the legends of Zelda. So some things might not line up 100%, but it's clear that for a time there, at least, the developers really wanted to connect everything. Ocarina of Time was meant as a prequel to A Link to the Past, but then they didn't connect it directly, and then they made Majora's Mask a direct sequel, and then they made Wind Waker another direct sequel, but to a different part of the story, and so on and so forth. So yeah, and that's why I think doing this whole stream series is so fun as well, because it makes us think about these things. This is not a gospel. This is just, in a way, my interpretation, or our interpretation. So, yeah. Real High says, I guess you could just kind of just explain it away by saying the timeline is history repeating itself throughout the years, just like real history. There's a lot of way you could explain it away, but I always think it's a little too easy to do that. And it's not because I need a realistic, true answer to this. I don't need there to be the one truth of Zelda stories and Zelda lore. But I really think that's what makes the community so passionate about it, because we don't know the answers. We can put together some theories, but we will never know 100%. Also because the developers will never tell us, which is, I think, is a good thing. I think if they told us how everything worked and if they tried to make everything work perfectly together, I think it would be boring. Mooney, there's one thing I can't tell you that you are going to ask tomorrow and be like, oh no, I forgot. That's the completion time. But I'll tell you this: we have spent. When did I end the fight today? Was it 10:30? No, it was 10, right? An hour ago or something like that, or maybe a little bit more, an hour and a half. Let me just see here. That one, first one was 6 hours. Then it was 3 hours, 6, 12, 15. It's about, you can say it's about 19 hours. Or no, 18 hours. 18 hours. Put 18 hours in or something. No, wait. I spent 19 hours approximately. Jaya says, when are you going to play next? Majora's Mask next week. Friday evening is my plan. I don't know where you're from, time zone wise, Jaya, but it's 1900 hours or 7 p.m. Central European time, sometime. It's that would be 1 p.m. Eastern time in the States and 10 a.m. East Coast, something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I hope those time zones can help you. If not, then I always put everything. You're from the UK. Okay. So that's 6 p.m. On Friday. But if you want to join the Discord, I always post my schedule there for when I go live. I post it on Thursdays because I only stream on this channel in weekends because I'm streaming somewhere else in Danish on the weekdays. So, yeah. But yeah, you can join my Discord if you want. It should be 10:06 p.m. or something. Anyway. Okay, I figured that out. Okay, so anyway, it's always interesting to talk with Zelda fans about these things because I know so many Zelda fans and no one is always totally agreeing on how to watch, how to see the timelines and all these things. So, but yeah, we are now moving into. Oh, maybe can I actually see that on my big screen? I can. We are now moving into the child timeline, which has games like Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess, two games I also have in high regard, but probably not as high as Ocarina of Time. But Twilight Princess is pretty high up there, so yeah, that's gonna be fun. I have almost figured out where I want to play Twilight Princess. I think I'm going to play it on my Wii U. Playing the HD version that I've played so many times now. But if Nintendo is hearing my please release the GameCube version of Twilight Princess on Twitch 2 NSO, so I can play Twilight Princess, the GameCube version that I have been wanting to play for so long. Please. Or I look up how much is Twilight Princess for GameCube. Oh God. Oh God. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna pay that. Even without, isn't there just a disc? Even just the disc is almost 1,000. What Danish? What? If you just want to buy it without the game, it's 400. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna play it on my Wii U. It's like at least 900 to 1,000 Danish kroner if I wanna buy those games for the GameCube. So I'm just gonna wait for Nintendo to get their. Yeah. Anyway, so we're playing, unless Nintendo hears my plea, then we will be playing Twilight Princess HD. Anyway, or sell mine for Switch money. yeah, you probably could. Not that you should, but you probably could. Yeah. Anyway, that's it for me for today. I have enjoyed it as always. It was a great end to a great game, and we went through so many things today. So I think it's time I stop the stream. Thank you guys so much. If you want to watch more next week, be sure to join the Discord so you can see the schedule. For now, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you for Majora's Mask next weekend. This journey isn't over by a long shot. We'll get more lore. We'll go through some of the lore again next week before we start Majora's Mask. Go more into depth with the character Link is at the start of Majora's Mask and what he's gone through, and repeat some of the things I said today, but we're gonna focus on that. And yeah, see you guys on Friday, most likely, for more The Legend of Zelda timeline series. Until then, I hope you stay safe. I hope you fly safe, and remember, don't fly too close to the sun. Icarus out.